Good morning, everybody. Good morning to members. Thank you for your attendance, officers, and to the public gallery, members of the public. Thank you for taking the time to be present and to be part of this process in determining particular applications. It's always a delightful sort of privilege and pleasure. One of the first things the chair has to do in this situation is read out the famous council chamber microphone etiquette and usage. So I will do that fairly quickly. May I remind all attendees to use the microphones when speaking. Please remember to turn on the microphone when speaking. You see, we don't leave anything to any doubt. Ensuring that you speak into the microphone itself or in the direction of the microphone. And once you have finished speaking, please turn it off. Correct usage of the system will allow for an enjoyable sound experience for all. Isn't it beautifully worded? Just in case you didn't grasp that, members, this is particularly for members, you will find a laminated copy of the detailed instructions on each row. So thank you, my assistant there. It looks like that.
What is it?
Yes, not the one you held up, Councillor Settle. Thank you. Could we start by asking for declarations of interest? Could we go on to confirmation of minutes of the meeting of the 6th of March? Could we have a proposer? Councillor Collins, thank you. Councillor Settle. All those in favour? Confirmation of the minutes. Substitute members? No, we're a full house this morning, so well done, the planning committee. The next thing that I just want to go through is, as we go into planning matters, which are essentially the decision items, we're going to be dealing with 4 out of the 6 items this morning that have speakers. So it's our usual practice to deal with those particular applications, and we've organised this so that we're going to deal with application 5 first, for which I think there are 8 speakers, and then we go on to deal with application 3, for which there are also 8 speakers. And then whatever time it takes to determine those 2 applications, members, I have good news for you. We will break for lunch, which is provided, because subsequently, after lunch, we will have a further 4 applications to actually adjudicate on. So, if I just explain the actual protocol of the meeting, is that it's slightly different when we have speakers, because the officer who is responsible for the presentation will do a very brief, short presentation for a particular application, but then he will cease that presentation, and that will allow us to ask all of the speakers to come up to the lectern, and you have, unless you're an existing alderman, or if you're a ward member, you have unlimited time, you are limited to 3 minutes. So 3 minutes you'll have in which to state your particular objections or concerns or support for an application. Yeah, the alderman is 4 minutes. That's at my discretion. We had this on a previous committee. So with a later application, there will be an alderman speaking, and she will have 4 minutes, as we've done in previous cases. We've also got a number of members of late obs. Now, I don't expect you to digest. They came out yesterday, but you've got copies in front of you. And bearing in mind there's something like 19 pages of them, I've decided that the best way to deal with this is to actually allow you to have some time to look at the late obs for the pertinent application that we're looking at. So, for example, when we come to 2, 3, 5 and 6, and 5 will be the first one, I will give you some time in which to read the late obs. So I think I'm going to do that first before introducing the officer with a short presentation, and then we'll break for speakers. So if you would like to look at application 5 first, I'll give you a few minutes to read through and have some thought. Thank you.
That's page 12 of the late observations report for council's benefit.
I've just asked to remind members in the public gallery, please, to ensure that you switch off your mobile phones. Yeah. Okay. So if you could do that, we'd be very grateful. Thank you. I'm just going to ask members, are they still looking, or are we ready to move on? Yeah, okay, I'll give you a little bit more time. Right, thank you, members, and I hope you found that useful and gave you plenty of time to look through the late obs that are pertinent, as I say, to this particular application, rather than trying to wade through the other late obs, which you'll be given an opportunity to do when it's relevant. So thank you for doing that. I'm now going to ask Andrew Stell, the officer responsible for this application, to do a short presentation, and then we'll break for the speakers, and then you'll be asked to come up. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Morning, everybody. This application is a property. It's a property called 189. The address is 189 St Andrews Road South in St Anne's. So, just to familiarise yourselves with the general location, it's this property here within the circle, backs onto the railway line and then the golf course. For location purposes, we're over here near the pier, obviously. It's a detached 3-bedroomed dormer bungalow. It's in a residential area within St Anne's, and as I say, it backs onto the golf course. It's located in the settlement, in the local plan. There's no restricted designations, no conservation area or anything like that. The application in front of us is a proposal to change the use of the property from a domestic dwelling to one that would provide care and accommodation for up to 3 young people with the associated carers. And there's also small extensions to the rear and to convert the existing garage into living accommodation to support that use. The Town Council have raised no observations on the merits of this application, but the ward councillors have asked for committee decision, so that's why we're here today. The application has raised extensive public comment. We've had 33 letters on the application. You've read the late observations, so you'll see that there's a petition been received, which is this, and other documentation which I've summarised in the late observations for you, which hopefully was helpful. But the recommendation in front of committee is to grant planning permission for this. So just to give you a little bit more background about it, this is the property in closer detail. So see St Andrews Road South has a bend in it at this point. The property here is accessed at this here, and then slightly unusual in that it because it's on that bend, it's got a kind of a twisted orientation with its neighbours. So you can see the rear elevation here effectively comes up along the side boundary of the neighbouring property at the rear. Then we've got the railway line and the golf course over here. Just to show you some photographs of it. These are actually from Google Earth, but they show the same. It was a wet day when the case officer went, so these are slightly clearer images. So you've got the property in front of us here, driveway, garage, and then the dormer bungalow arrangement. As you see, the S bend comes round here. As I say, it was raining when the case officer went. This is looking at it from the same view, slightly closer, and obviously looking at the property from the slightly other direction, sort of the middle of the S bend. So you can see how the rear elevation faces onto what would be the side garden of the neighbouring property here. Just a couple of aerial images, just to give you a little bit more context, both from that side and round over the golf course. So as I said, there's two elements. There's a change of use and there's a small extension. So the extension element is to the garage here. So on the existing site plan here, you can see it's a garage. Under this proposal, it's converted into habitable accommodation, and there's a small extension that adds onto the rear of that there. Elevation wise, the extension is very limited, but you can see that there's windows put where the garage door is, for example. In terms of the layout at the top, we've got the normal living accommodation on the left-hand side, and then there's say it's for up to 3 children. So there's 2 child's bedroom, one at the rear corner, one at the rear of the converted garage, staff bedroom to the front of the converted garage, and then up in the first floor where the footprint's much smaller, got a 3rd child's bedroom, and then an office for administering the daily business of the property. And at that point, I'll break for the speakers, Chairman.
Thank you. I'll hand over to the Vice Chair now, who will deal with the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Many thanks, Chairman. Good morning, everybody, members of the public. I have a list of speakers here who I'll call out in order. I think it was briefly mentioned earlier. In general, speakers have 3 minutes to make their presentation. I have my stopwatch here. I'll give you a 15-second warning as you're coming towards the end of that time. We do ask you to restrict it to that and respect the time to give everybody a fair opportunity. The other thing that I would just say before we get started, if we can, the public gallery can respect all speakers' rights to speak, whether you agree or not. We're not strictly come dancing. We don't encourage cheering or booing or worse, catcalling. So if we can ask that is respected, thank you. So without further ado, the first speaker we have this morning is Dr. Carl Lawler. Dr. Lawler, if you'd care to come up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How do you do it? Is it on?
You're all set to go. In your own time, 3 minutes. I will give you a 15 at the end of that.
Thank you. Thank you. I have some serious objections with the traffic safety and parking issues with this application. St Andrews Road South is a bit of a rat run for local motorists and taxi firms who want to avoid delays at the traffic lights at the end of St Thomas's Road. Our 20-mile-an-hour speed limit is just rarely heeded by drivers who cut through trying to save time. So they speed down St Andrews Road South towards Windsor Road, and they get caught out by that S-bend, that innocuous-looking S-bend, which starts outside numbers 187 and 189. This S-bend, innocuous as it is, has been an accident spot for the 20 years I've lived there. It seems to be blind to drivers coming from either side, and made worse by the fact that the road narrows by about 1 metre at that point, and it just catches drivers out. They seem to get surprised if they meet another car coming the opposite way in the bend, or by simply just going too fast through the bend. If you come round, and I know some of you have, come and see our front garden walls and see the various knocks and scrapes on the garden walls from the cars that have lost control and have endangered us. Now, my own front garden wall, I live next door but one to this application. My own front garden wall has been demolished twice in the last 10 years by cars crashing into it due to this S-bend. In January 21, a car sped through the S-bend, hit another car, and completely demolished my front wall. Any pedestrian would have been just crushed. So I sent photos in last week to you all. And this happens without there being any parking on that S-bend outside of 189. In fact, no on-street parking has ever happened outside 189 because of its rather unusual position mid-bend. Now, the planning application wants to modify the driveway at 189 to allow 3 workers' cars to park nose to tail across the tiny house frontage. The former neighbour only had 1 car, always parked on his single driveway. I don't think 3 cars can park across that narrow front garden. Some of them, we've been out and measured it. And if you look at it, car number 2 is drawn to a smaller scale than the other 2 cars to give the impression that 3 cars will fit off-road. We visited the other care homes this company runs in Kirkham. They too had a nose-to-tail parking arrangements on their plan, but the workers don't do that. They park out in the street instead, and they've caused parking problems. And that's what's going to happen here, but for the first time on this S-bend. And just right round where we have the accident, itself a major walking route every day for school children to the 2 local schools. So I just say, please, councillors, would you just listen to our safety concerns? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lawler. The next speaker, Barry Martin, please.
Good morning. Morning, everybody.
It's all set to go.
Right, thank you.
If you own time, 3 minutes, I will give you a reminder if you come.
Okay, thank you very much. I have an objection to the findings of Lancashire Council Highways report of December 2023 regarding this application. Much of my objection supplements that information just given to you by Dr. Lawler's statement a few moments ago. We believe the application has a significant material difference to the safety in the area of St Andrews Road South. The Highways report has accepted the assertions from the applicant without any challenge or real scrutiny. Lancashire County Council have confirmed that only Google Street View was used to verify the application that 189 was a suitable property for a children's home. Consequently, the Highways Authority assessment has been done without any physical site visit. Indeed, all 6 photographs provided by the applicant's agent are also from Google Street View, which explains their poor knowledge of the area as well. If the application was successful, numerous cars will inevitably have to be parked outside the house on the road, meaning this dangerous S-bend is even more hazardous. This is exactly the reason why normally you don't see cars parked there. It would also make it extremely difficult for neighbours to exit their own drives while multiple cars are parked outside 189. Again, these safety features have been missed by the Highways Authority. The Highways Authority have also said there's been no reported police incidents on the road, but we have video evidence of a crash in December 2022, as well as those that Dr. Lawler mentioned, that led to the road outside 189 being closed by the police for several hours. In short, we believe the Highways report was a shoddy desk-based study from their offices in Preston, using only the applicant's claim of the information. Both parties clearly use the same Google Street View images, which seems to us just a lazy and hazardous way of carrying out this important assessment. We instead would ask you to listen to local knowledge from those people who have seen traffic accidents, damaged walls, instead of accepting this Highways report. We suspect that councillors and others that read the report from the Highways Authority will assume that it's authoritative, where clearly this is far from the case. I would conclude by asking you the following. Can you really assure yourselves that the Highways report and applicant's report contain accurate and realistic assessments of the risks? How do you reconcile these reports against the local knowledge we've given you today? Did you know the Highways and applicant's reports were only compiled from online data? Surely this isn't the right way to do it. Finally, if this report is in fact used to give the go-ahead for the planning proposal, and there is a serious accident on the S-bend leading to injury or even worse, will the Highways Authority, or indeed Fowl Council, bear any responsibility? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Philip Gower. Good morning.
Thank you.
In your own time, 3 minutes, I will give you.
Thank you.
Good morning. You've seen the diagrams and the photos of how close the garage end of 189 is to the railway. When the architect designed 189 originally as a family home, they put the garage near the railway, living and sleeping quarters away from it. A good idea, which is now being ignored by the proposal to convert the garage into 2 bedrooms. I'd like to raise a few points about the proposals. It is extremely close to the railway line, especially the 2 new bedrooms, and Network Rail have pointed this out. The Ofsted criteria for locating children's homes includes proximity to environmental hazards, such as railway lines, as not being suitable locations. Accessing railways is a temptation to some people. Having a children's home in such proximity, where some of the minors housed may not be fully aware of the dangers a railway line can cause, is high risk. There is already evidence that the fence just outside of 189 is being used to gain illegal access to the tracks. Approximately 20% of railway fatalities of trespassers are aged under 18. Network Rail have submitted a detailed response to the proposals to include that they must agree to and supervise any development and that no work can commence without their agreement. An industrial type of boundary fence is an absolute necessity, and this is one of the material differences, although this by itself will not stop trespass directly from the property. New residents, especially minors, may not be aware of the risks the railway brings, and the noise and vibrations to bedrooms built in such close proximity to the railway should be a major planning consideration. There's also a Cadent gas connection hub located very close to the front of 189. It contains warnings of dangers of smoking or building works at close hand, and there's evidence that this box is being used to assist illegal access to the railway line already. In conclusion, given the proximity of the railway line and the gas connection hub, and taking account of the Ofsted environmental criteria, is this really a suitable location for a new children's home which will be housing vulnerable minors? Given the potential noise and vibration from the railway line, is this a suitable place to build new bedrooms? Personally, I don't think that this is an acceptable location, and the risks associated with it are too high to allow the development. If it was going to be one of your relatives to be housed there, would you be happy with the issues and the risks involved? I know I wouldn't. Thank you.
And Ian Binner, please. Good morning. Microphone's all ready for you.
Thank you. Okay.
I'll give you the call if necessary.
Fine, thank you. Children are our most valuable resource. A crucial aspect of my professional role in education was to ensure young people were protected from potential threats while steering their path through life. Anticipating and avoiding dangers was vital to guaranteeing their safety and welfare. Ofsted's guidance stresses that all those proposing the development of a children's home should deem the safeguarding of young people as fundamental, taking problematic environmental factors into consideration. Preposterously, the planned commercial development is immediately adjacent to a national railway line within metres of a gas distribution box, which warns of the risks of explosion. These youngsters have highly complex social and emotional needs. They need a safe environment as they often display extremely unpredictable and challenging behaviours, including aggression and self-harming. Adolescents often want to push boundaries and goad one another in "I dare you" or chicken games to impress peers. Given the location of this proposal, safety or safeguarding cannot be guaranteed. Creative Living states that this lucrative development is not materially different from the context of any other family with 3 children. This is palpably fallacious. Most are not given the choice of where they live or with whom, often coming from far afield with no supportive peer group. Supervision will be provided by peripatetic adults operating on shifts. Consistency in the management of safeguarding will be very difficult to guarantee. Network Rail insists that a palisade be erected to warrant safety. Being corralled behind a double fence will have a detrimental impact on youngsters' self-esteem and perception. Palisade fencing is not required by any other domestic dwelling along this road and will not prevent access to the railway track. This trackside property is inherently dangerous. There are no advantages or benefits to be offered to these youngsters at this placement. Among a community of mainly elderly people, they will be isolated with little opportunity for integration. We have a duty to protect vulnerable children, as do planning officers and councillors. It is a total dereliction of responsibility to expose vulnerable youngsters to the hazards that present around this singularly unsuitable location. I hope we won't be looking back, asking, what lessons can we learn? You have the opportunity to make the right decision now. I appeal to your collective sound judgment and good sense to reject this flawed, potentially disastrous development. Our young people deserve better. Thank you.
Ruth Adler?
Yeah.
Ruth, good morning.
Good morning, good morning.
I've got a set for you.
Right,
Please,
lovely,
in
thank
your
you.
own time, I'll give you a gentle reminder 15 seconds before that.
Thank you. There is a joint restrictive covenant on 187 and 189. We know about this, not from the applicant, but from Mr. and Mrs. Cridland of 187. In their submission to you, the full details of that are given. 189 has acted as the intermediate landlord of 187. The covenant clearly forbids any sort of business at all in either property. You can see from the details that 187 was built first and then 189 fitted in afterwards on the same original plot. It was placed more sideways on with its garage close to the railway line. Its back is close to the side of 187's back garden. That fairly intimate arrangement has worked satisfactorily, while both have been normal Class D3 homes as required by the restrictive covenant. It would be another matter if one of them was not. From the Plain English Guide to the Planning System by the Department for Communities and Local Government, paragraph 54 is on covenants. It includes, covenants cannot be disregarded or removed unless this is done by agreement, discharged by the Lands Tribunal, or the land comes into single ownership. The existence of any planning permission does not remove this legal issue, and in some cases, a planning permission may not be capable of being implemented without the removal of the covenant. So, if planning gives the go-ahead for, say, a building alteration, the applicant may still have covenant issue to deal with, which is not planning's problem. But this situation is more complicated than that. Planning could be giving 189 the go-ahead to set up a business there, which then has a serious knock-on effect for a third party, i.e. 187. If I was a councillor, I would be very uncomfortable about voting through a proposal which broke a protective legal agreement like this. If planning permission is nevertheless given as part of the next stage, the neighbours will be going to a city law firm which specialises in leasehold issues. We have already done some initial research. What we will be looking for is the leaseholder from 187 taking on the immediate landlord at 189 over ignoring the joint covenant. We would also be asking to what extent Fylde Council had been negligent and liable when it had known the full details about the joint covenant since the consultation deadline in January. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Diane Cridland? Diane, good morning. In your own time, 3 minutes, microphone set ready.
Right, thank you.
I'll give you a call 15 seconds.
No different to a normal family home. 187 and 189 were built on the same quadrant-shaped plot. The arrangement of the houses is quite intimate at the back. No one from planning has come to see how 189 looks from 187. and what that intimacy feels like. We've lived at 187 for 40 years. During that time, we've had 3 different families living at 189. I don't see how I can accept that constant changes of paid shift workers and children can be seen as just the same as family use. Since retirement 11 years ago, my garden has become my refuge. It's been a place which I can spend most of my day without fear that I might be vulnerable. Now, that is all likely to change. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. As shift workers come and go, I will never know who is presently my neighbour, to chat with over the garden fence, to help and be helped if needed, and be friendly with. I worry that this could affect my mental health and well-being. So clearly, there will be a big difference to me. The question is, will it be a material difference? Well, it already has. Planning advice is to talk to your neighbour if you have concerns over an application. Ours has refused to come and talk to us. The company boss is nothing like a family neighbour, but a businessman. I've already had sleepless nights since the proposal letter dropped through our letterbox before Christmas. I want neighbours next door who are not a profit-making business. The proposer has set their own bar for what a material difference is, just like a family of 4 living there. So, especially with our houses as they are, it will be impossible to meet that. How can it be with constant changes of workers and no adults actually living next door as neighbours? Councillors, unless you can put your hand on your heart and tell me, Diane, don't worry, you will not see a material difference. You can't vote for this proposal. Thank you.
Trevor Court. Good morning, Trevor. The microphone's all set.
Good morning.
I'll give you a call a few seconds before.
Okay. We, the neighbours of 189, want to let you know how we feel about your system and the way we've been treated by planning. It looks from page 161, 162, if it had not been for the garage alteration, the decision would have been made without us even knowing. It has left us feeling that planning never really wanted to hear from us in the first place. We feel they're just ticking a consultation box. They're not really interested in what we have to say, and have slanted their report sent out last week to justify the predetermined recommendation. Councillors, we feel like we're trapped in a catch-22. There are many good reasons why 189 is not a suitable place for a care home, but the only ones that account are material differences. Catch-22 is that the planners had never accepted that there are material differences. After 42 yes decisions, which continue to rise, with a significant number of evidence now of material differences affecting residents in some of them, planning have clearly got it wrong in the past. This is not happening in other nearby local authorities, and you have to ask why. In our case, 6 neighbours were informed not long before Christmas, with a deadline of the 7th of January. After raising concerns about that, this became the 22nd of January. No information went up on lampposts for others, but the word spread and 35 objections were sent in. And now we've recently handed in a petition of 123 signatures, which clearly demonstrates the level of concern regarding the negative impact this will have on our community. We are concerned about what has happened to what we sent in. Our submissions have not been posted on the website. Creative Living refused to meet with 3 to 4 of us to discuss our concerns. We don't think they've even read our concerns or care about them. And then last week, we were absolutely shocked to find out that our submissions were not even sent to the planning councillors by planning, only their own summary, which to us looks designed to justify their own decision and recommendation. Councillors, we're disgusted and angry at the way we are being treated by the system. And in fact, it's difficult to put into words without being rude. You really need to start sorting things out today. We're counting on you to do what is best for our council file residents. Thank you.
Now, before I move on to the agent, I believe Councillor Little, did you wish to speak?
Yes, not at this point. I'll wait for everyone to do a submission. I am happy to speak, but I'll wait for everybody, all the residents to do their submissions.
That was the end of the resident submission. We only have the agent, so if you wish to speak before the agent, please.
I shall come up. Do you want me to come up to the front?
Please do, Cheryl. And I would just remind residents, because Councillor Little is a sitting councillor for the ward, she's not restricted to 3 minutes. In theory, Cheryl, you have unlimited time, but please, that's not the challenge.
Thank you. No, it's not an opportunity. Yes, I understand. Thank you very much.
Oh.
Thank you. I've got some on my paper and some on my phone, so you have to bear with me. I'm here today to speak on behalf of residents. Councillor Fasackley and I have received many emails, phone calls, and have had meetings with concerned residents regarding this application. We have also met under our scrutiny in-depth committee system, where we have listened and discussed with all parties involved in the site and position of children care homes. We have spoken to providers, collated evidence from several sources, and of course residents as part of the review. We have encouraged members of the community who may be affected by this matter to submit comments and views. We have consulted authorities and care home operators of their proposals and delivery of such a service. Today, there was a report from the Health and Equity, and this is where you have to, North. Now, an organisation which is said is focused on finding solutions to public health problems and health inequalities across the north of England, and used existing data, including official statistics and academic studies. The analysis suggested a rise in child poverty between 2015 and 2020 led to over 10,000 additional children entering care in England, and that the north-south divide in overall care rates is partially explained by the widening inequalities in children entering care. A rise in the number of children homes between 2020 and 2023 disproportionately affected the north of England, according to the report, with some 1,176 children's homes located here and just 1,700 in the rest of the country. It is said that the Northwest alone accounts for more than a quarter of children homes and close to a quarter of children home places. This greater provision in the north comes at an economic cost. The research has added that the children living in care generally need high levels of support from health, welfare, education, justice and children's services. It is also said that the location of children's homes compounds challenges in accessing quality education for children in care, with homes often built where housing costs are low and a correlation between poverty prices and school quality. This means children are deprived of areas that attend local quality school places. I hope that makes sense. So, in this other report from the Housing and Planning, Rachel McLean said that they support the development of looked after children, and we're stuck with the planning, unfortunately, that don't have the limited powers. So when care is the best choice for a child, it is important that the care systems provide stable, loving homes close to children communities. These need to be the right homes in the right place with access to good schools and community support. And I think these are relevant considerations for the decision to refuse this application. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you, Councillor. And the last speaker we have on this is Mike Davis, who's the agent. Before you start, Mike, I would ask the public to please listen and respect what Mr Davis has to say. In your own time, you have 3 minutes. If you get towards the end of that, I'll give you.
Thank you, Chair. Just start with a couple of figures, really. 12 million children in England, 400,000, which is approximately 3%, are in the social care system at any one time. 800,000 were in care in 2020. And we're looking probably by 2025 approaching 100,000, which is a 36% increase since 2015 when there was 69,000 in care. So there's clearly a severe shortage of places to house children in the social care system. And what we've seen is a shift from large care homes towards smaller homes, which are which create more organic sense of family. In terms of the principle of development, a children's home is an appropriate use in a residential area, which is supported by both national and local planning policies. Children taken into care are invariably there, not because they wish to be there, but due to responsible adults not being able to care for them adequately. Care provision is there as a safety net and provides looked after children with role models and structures to their daily lives. It should also be remembered that a children's care home only requires planning permission as a result of the Devon case, which ruled that children on their own could not form a household. Therefore, if the carers were to reside at the property, the use would not require planning permission itself. It should also be noted that numerous appeal decisions where 2 children in care home have been deemed not to be material change of use and a certificate of lawfulness has been granted. And I think there's a reference in the officer's report to that. Turning to the actual issues themselves, this is a land use planning issue, and the 2 issues mainly to be considered are the residential amenity, our residential amenity and highways. The proposal in relation to residential amenities, nothing suggests the use will impact on the amenities of the neighbours, and that view is supported by the officer report. Visitors, in terms of highways, visitors are infrequent to the site. Social workers once every 2-3 months and Ofsted inspections annually. A family living with 2 teenagers with vehicles as well as parents would generate probably equivalent or if not more trips. Again, the Highway Authority have no objections and there's numerous appeal decisions which support that view. Turning to other issues, proximity to the railway line is irrelevant. Sorry?
15 seconds.
Well,
Thank you. I think that concludes the speakers, and I'd like to, compliment all the speakers on their contribution this morning. We always say, regardless of the outcome of decisions, that you play a very important part in the process, and members will have listened very carefully to the points you've made and digest that and factor it into any judgments that will be eventually made on this application. So thank you, and also thank you to the Public Gallery for your restraint in terms of how we've moved forward on this. I'm now going to ask the officer to come back in, and obviously one of the things he'll be doing is addressing some of the points made by some of the speakers, and then we'll go on to the debate.
Thank you, Chairman. Just as a reminder of the location for committee, so this is an image I showed earlier to show the property on that S-bend that's been described, the proximity to the railway line. You can see the garage elements here that was mentioned by the speakers, which is to be converted into 2 bedrooms. And then the parking areas is effectively this part in direct frontage of the property, with, I think one of the speakers referred to the parking areas. So if I just, flick back through the plan, that's showing the applicant's proposals for parking. I didn't perhaps reference that in the earlier discussion. Sorry to dazzle you with flicking through. So the first point I'd like to run through is whether this scheme does need planning permission. Obviously, the property is currently a residential dwelling. That's Class C3 in planning terms. The proposal here is to provide care for young people, with that care being provided by others not resident at the property. So as the final speaker mentioned, the North Devon case finds that's people not living there can't form a single household. Therefore, it's Class C2, it should say, on my second bullet point. Sorry for that. So the property would be where you've got children being given care, that is a C2 use. The question that we often get as officers through certificates of lawfulness is whether the change of use of the property is a material one. So whether the activity within the care, the property providing care, is materially different to if that property was a residential property in C3. Because the key test is whether a material change of use occurs, not whether a change of use occurs, whether that change is material. In this case, the proposal is for 3 young persons to live at the property. And obviously with carers providing care to assist with that occupation, and also for there to be some physical works to the property. So those 2 factors trigger a material change of use, hence there's a need for planning permission. So this isn't a situation where, I think one of the speakers referenced a number of decisions that have been made recently for certificates of lawful use. This isn't one of those. This is an application for planning permission. Although if it were a smaller use and then a smaller number of children, then there weren't any alterations, then it could be the case that there wouldn't be a material change of use, and therefore that this application wouldn't be required. Next, I'd like to run through some of the consultations that we've had. I mentioned earlier the town council, haven't raised any observations on the application, or they've confirmed that they don't have any observations on the application. The local highway authority have raised no objections. They've referred to various details about the site, but they've concluded that they don't have an objection to the application coming forward. Network Rail have provided a more comprehensive response. They've referred to obligations under the legislation relating to safety of the railway, matters such as when you're doing building works near to a railway, you don't impact on that railway in terms of construction equipment or making sure drainage doesn't go onto the railway, that kind of thing. And they've also referred to the legal arrangements that they have to safeguard working near to railways. So they have a separate asset protection agreement that they ask anybody constructing works near to a railway to enter into with them. LCC Child Services, they've provided comments on the application. They've referred to the high levels of children's homes in the county, but they've also highlighted that there is a shortage of capacity for local children, and have highlighted that this proposal is for a smaller home, which is the one that they feel that there is most need for, and they've also referenced that this applicant is a known provider to them. Finally, we've had a significant number of letters of objections, and I won't go through the areas that have been mentioned on my bullet there, because you've heard them firsthand from the speakers just now. Finally, there's the petition, which has 123 signatures, as is also referenced in the late observations. So coming back to the considerations, first off, the starting point for an application is the local plan designation. This application is in the settlement. This application site is in the settlement. It's in a residential area. So that's the kind of area where development is deemed to be more acceptable. The area is also a residential one. So where we're looking at an application that's bringing young people to a property, they should be in a residential area. It's not an enclosed cul-de-sac. It's more of a route where there is passing traffic. So it's not a particularly what's the word? It's not a particularly enclosed community. It's an area that's got good access to leisure facilities. It's close to the town centre. There's shops, education, social facilities, that kind of thing. So it's an area where young people would be well suited to their upbringing. It's a 3-bedroomed house, so there will always be a level of activity that is associated with occupation of a dwelling of that nature. The judgment that we've made as officers is that the level of activity and disturbance that having 3 young people and the supporting carers would make, whilst it's a material change of use of the residential property, we don't feel that it's an excessive change over what could be the case under a family occupation. I know we've heard from speakers who said the property hasn't been occupied to that intensity and not been occupied by a small turnover of families over 20 years. I think we heard, but that could change. You know, it could be occupied in a different way in the future. So we've had to bear that in mind in reaching our conclusion on this factor. In terms of parking, the plan indicates that there are 3 spaces on the site. Clearly, those spaces are perhaps some of them are nose to tail. Some of the manoeuvring out of them would therefore rely on some shuffling of vehicles, that kind of thing. Whilst it is not a quiet cul-de-sac, it's not a particularly busy main road. I'm familiar with the location. I cycle into work round there. I visit the site regularly, so the area regularly.
I'm just going to have to ask, you've been very good so far. Don't spoil it now, but just restrain yourself and keep whatever thoughts you have internally. We ask you to do that because this is a public gallery. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The location is on an S-bend factually, but also factually there are no parking restrictions in the area. So it could be that overflow parking visitors that could use roadside parking if that was necessary. Obviously, with the Highway Authority not raising any objection, we're in a position where we've looked at it alongside their views. Obviously, I've looked at the comments made by residents. I've looked at the site myself and feel that on balance the parking arrangements and the access arrangements are suitable. The scheme includes extensions, modest in scale. Alterations to the property don't impact on the property, so that there are no concerns over those elements either. The final bullet point there, or penultimate bullet point, talks about conditions. We always have conditions with a planning application, so those are relatively standard in this case, relate to the management plan that's been put in, relate to the scale of occupation and relate to the provision of the parking areas. So overall, Chairman, the recommendation is one to grant planning permission as the agenda papers.
Thank you very much, Andrew. So now we move to the debate. So I've got
Councillor Dixon, Councillor Evans, then Councillor.
yeah, we've got 1 or 2 that are wishing to speak. So
Yes.
Councillor Dixon first.
Chairman, if I just might make one point before Councillor Dixon comes in. One of the speakers raised the issue of a restrictive covenant. I think it would be remiss of me not to point out that restrictive covenants exist to protect private interests, and as such the existence of a restrictive covenant cannot be a material planning consideration. Thank you, Chairman.
And obviously that's something that members will have to bear in mind is looking at planning considerations and making judgments on planning grounds, as well as listening to wider concerns and giving some of those matters the weight that they think it should attract. Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, everyone. That was one of the points I was going to make, actually. Quite a few of the letters of objection, and that was seen in. I've put some criticism on the officers for not looking at the covenants, and I was just going to say exactly the same. It's not the planning committee's job to look at covenants. When we bought our house in Ansdell, I bought it with planning permission for an extension in the roof and a restrictive covenant which says I can't have a planning in the roof. Covenants change and planning regimes change as well. So the two things are completely separate. So while I understand it's upsetting for people to see that covenant, it's not a consideration for the planning committee. I saw also that there were quite a few. There's quite a bit of upset that not every word of every objection was sent through to us as a planning committee. Again, I just really want to speak up for our office and say I'm always really pleased with the job that they do, that highlighting the objections that come in. They quite often cut out those concerns which are clearly not a valid planning objection, such as it's going to affect the value of my house, which, you know, it might do, but it can't be a material planning consideration. So I am always quite happy with the level of detail that we get regarding objections. I think this application, the proximity to the railway line for me is a real no-no. However, that looks like it comes down to Ofsted, and Ofsted granting permission for a home or not, that comes under their remit, and I have no faith in Ofsted ever saying no to one of these homes at the moment. You know, I think the agent there said, you know, there is a shortage of homes. We actually have a shortage of homes in Lancashire. However, we have a vast oversupply as well, because these homes are not offering places to local children. Again, though, that's not a material planning consideration. But what is a material planning consideration is I do have significant fears over the safety of that site on the highway. Having cycled around there myself, having seen accidents down there, I think it's totally unsuitable to be on that home. I think the agent was talking about a home for 2 children. This is a home for 3, so this is going to involve a lot more traffic movements. And for me, that is a real material planning consideration, and one which really I think means we should say no to this. I think it's in completely the wrong place. I think it's going to be dangerous with the traffic, and I would actually move refusal. I will do, yeah.
Could I ask if there is a second? I will. I'm going to invite any other comments, please, before
We had Councillor Evans,
Councillor
then Councillor Nixon, then Councillor Settle.
Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. There's quite a lot to unpick there, but I think Councillor Dixon has summed up quite well, really. I'd like to thank all the local residents for taking the time to put their case forward. They've done so very articulately, and I appreciate the feedback that they have given, and I also understand the concerns that they raise. There's no doubt that we need to provide homes for vulnerable children. I think the council have already undertaken a review in the scrutiny committee about the proliferation of childcare facilities in the Fylde and in the country in general. And it is a concern that some of these developers and these developments see these young people as nothing more than a commodity in order to maximise return on these properties, and it is a concern that we should look into. But having said that, we do have to strike a balance between the planning criteria being met and the local impact on residents and the strength of local feeling at each application. My concerns are I thank Ian for clearing up on the covenant, because that was a bit of a concern to me. Obviously, it's a change of use from a residential property to a business property, and that would seem to allay the covenant. I've got a lot of sympathy for the speaker. I think the lady's name was Diane, who lives properties juxtaposed to this property. The layout of the two properties, the way it's facing the property, the impact on the immediate local residents, the fact that the garage is going to be converted to maximise the return on this property, having the residential accommodation next to the railway line, the road, the amount of traffic that we've seen in other children's homes that does park on the road. There's so many things about this application that I don't like, so I won't be supporting it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, officers. I've read through the whole thing, and yeah, it's a difficult job you have to unpick people's objections and put them into what is planning rules and regulations. But and I get it. But I also have had 4 foster children living under my roof. They're from one family, and we have social worker visits every 3 weeks. Not every 2 to 3 months, as was specified, every 6 weeks. In a period of 6 weeks, we have 3 or 4 different social workers because the children are different age ranges, so they have different social workers. So you put 3 children into a house, they will have social workers, probably not the same one for each child, unless they're from the same family. Sometimes they pair them up. That's on top of your 3 staff, on top of your any other visitors that may be coming to see the children, any family that they may have visiting. If they're from this area, it's unlikely that they'll have visitors if they're not. But then on top of the social workers, you have reviewing officers, you have managers, you have various other people who interact with children who are in the care system. So it's not just somebody might pop in every couple of months. They don't, it's daily. So given on my own experience and where that road is, and I can see that S-bend, the parking is going to be horrific. It's going to cause problems. It's going to be human nature makes you park in the easiest place that you can get in and out of. And if that driveway's got 1 car in it already, you're not going to put yourself in it and back out of it. You're just not. You're going to park on the road. You're going to park at the nearest place you can. And that's what we do because we're humans and we predominantly need running late, lazy, or whatever, for whatever reason, we need to get to that place where we're going, and that's where we park and we do it. So you put a child who's vulnerable in an area where it's a dangerous road, it's a busy road, you've got parked cars, and a child flips and goes, I don't want to do this, and runs off. It's an accident waiting to happen, it really is. And then stick a railway line in the back of it as well. I'm sorry, none of it's fitting well for me, so I'm happy to support non-approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I do have 2 safety concerns here, but Councillor Nixon's already covered one of them on the highways aspect. I did have a look at this road yesterday with the unusual S-curve, and I can see in theory that you can get 3 cars in there. Cars 1 and 2 are behind each other, and car 3 is to the right-hand side. But as Councillor Nixon said, I can't see anybody actually bothering to follow that correct procedure. As she says, most people just can't be bothered doing that, particularly if it's raining. They'll never park further down the road. They will try to park there, and they will park on the actual curve of the road. It's, as she said already, it's just human nature, particularly if it's raining. My other aspect is probably the one I want to emphasise, is the Network Rail concern. And I do have to compliment Network Rail on an absolutely excellent job of assessing this. They are worried about the safety aspects. They do recommend as a physical barrier, a palisade fence. That's about the best they can do. The problem with palisade fences is it's an industrial solution. You see them on industrial parks, not in keeping with the residential area. Anybody walking past there in future will say, why have we got that palisade fence there? Is there a problem here? It's just not in keeping with the residential area. So I do compliment Network Rail to trying their best, but it's not really a solution. And as I said, those are my 2 safety concerns. If this was an application 100 yards further along the road on the straight bit, on the opposite side of the road to the railway, I wouldn't be making any comments, but it's not. Thank you.
So I think if we're going to object to this, we also need to go through some of the points why. So the bigger picture we can build up, the better. So I've got a few questions to go through and then a couple of comments as well. On the summary of consultation, there was a comments that LCC childcare said there's a need for local children. How do LCC define local? Can I ask an answer? Is that okay, Chair? Yeah, if that's okay, because otherwise we'd be a whole list of them.
Well, inherently Lancashire County Council are interested in Lancashire children, so I can only assume, I've not spoken to them about it, but I can only assume that their interest is finding care for people who are from Lancashire.
So anywhere in the county?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is not a demand for the filed or for local children then. And again, as a governor up at LSA High, we know we've got challenges on large numbers up there. So when these 3 children come, do they have to have school spaces? Chair, through you.
Well, it would depend on the particular needs of the child, but and their ages, for example. But it would, my understanding, and I've not spoken to the applicant in this case, but my understanding from speaking to other applicants for care homes is that they have a range of children that they look after, some of which will be in mainstream education, some of which may not be. But the ones that are in mainstream education will be moving into the area in the same way that if this property was bought by a family from Burnley, for example, that their children may well be moving into the area and would be looking for education in the local schools.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So that could mean that they're over into Blackpool for schooling or something then, because there just isn't room in local schools. The highways say on that consultation, don't worry about parking, there's a verge. I didn't know that LCC encourages us to park on all the grass verges around. I thought they were not keen on that. But that's what it says in your consultation paper. Is that right, Chair, that highways are happy for us to pass on grass verges around the Fylde?
I haven't spoken to LCC about it, but that's what they've said, so presumably that's their view.
Interesting. All right. Right, so I've lived just off the top of that photograph, or owned a house there for over 35 years and lived there on and off. Fantastic new cafe opened up there. You can't move at lunchtime for traffic. White vans, builders' vans, you cannot move. So for anybody to remotely think this is not a busy road has not visited this road. This road is not only busy as a cut through rat run. I do it all the time to avoid the St Thomas's traffic lights. I come rat running down there, generally take Osborne to avoid the S-bend, but I don't, it's a rat run. It's a taxi rat run. It's a builder's rat run. It's a fabulously successful cafe, which is now bringing a huge amounts of traffic on it. So let's not go with the idea this is not a busy road. This is a hugely busy road. So again, not particularly safe. On the railway, just to the south of just the bottom of that photo, just a little bit further on, is the railway crossing. You put in 3 kids to play in the evenings down here with an open access to a railway. Let's play some dare and chicken across that railway. That just doesn't even, never mind the fact we can climb over the fence, you've actually got a gate. So again, not good design, not a great place for safety. I think in the past, when people are comparing it to a family home, one of the things we've had said is, oh, it's like a family home. However, again, through you, Chair, if you can confirm, they're actually not allowed to act like parents and put a curfew on. And some of the problems we've had in other homes is these children out at 10, 12, midnight, because the carers do not have the right under human rights or something to, unlike parents, to say you must come home. So therefore, we don't have control of these children at night. Through Chair, is that right under the rules for care of these homes? Yeah.
I mean, the application we're looking at is to do with the use of the property rather than how it may be managed.
This is the rules of how the property will be managed.
Yeah, but that's down to the management element, which would be something that's outside of our decision. The answer is I don't know the answer because I don't think it's relevant to the decision that we're making.
Okay.
Could I just intervene? Is it not the case that if it was to be given planning application, the next stage would be that Ofsted have to go through the registration procedure? And I think what I'm saying is, Councillor Armitt, some of the concerns that you're raising would be certainly things that Ofsted would look at before actually giving them a licence. So I'm simply, putting a bit of fact in there as well. Okay. Thank you.
In the design of the building, if you go back to the very first picture, I find it really odd, stroke uncomfortable, that the adult staff area can only be accessed through a child's bedroom. That seems a little bit unusual, uncomfortable.
It's not like that. I've just put a label on to make child's bedroom bigger. So if I take that, just to help the presentation. So if I move that away, there's kind of a lobby so the writing for child's bedroom was so small you wouldn't be able to read it. So that's why I've put a.
So where's the third child's bedroom now then? Oh, I see. Right, I've got you. Right, okay. It's just hidden behind.
So that's one child's bedroom.
Yeah.
That's the other child's bedroom, and then the third child's bedroom's up there. So the word child bed, when that was dropped over there, it had obscured this lobby element.
Got you. All right.
Sorry, that was my.
No problem. We've just done a task and finish review of what we think of these in the file, which Councillor Fazackley and Councillor Little sat on. And unlike Blackpool, which made some strong decisions on the way forward, we just agreed basically to do almost nothing substantial. So both ward councillors have sat on that. Both ward councillors have been through it and agreed that we weren't going to do anything about these. So it's tough when you've got a review done by our councillors that won't do anything substantive other than write a firm letter to the MP to say that we don't like it and can you look at it, and that's disappointing.
Yeah, I think we really have to correct you on that. Councillor Dixon, do you want to come in and just correct that? Thank you.
Chair, that's completely untrue, that there are still steps being taken and still legal issues being looked into and still talks ongoing with other authorities about the next steps forward. So that's patently untrue.
It's not in the report.
The report that came out, a couple of weeks ago cannot have in it what's going on this week. It's ongoing. It's ongoing, and you should know that, Councillor Armand.
Report. And, we are doing Strictly Come Dancing. Are we not doing Strictly Come Dancing?
Can we go back to the class?
Yes, sure. On the highways side of things, where we've got their thoughts, what was interesting, of course, last month is we decided that highways thoughts are no longer going to drive this committee, and that's good news. So the Millhall thing last month said we don't have to follow those anymore. This committee agreed that. So we can now use that as precedent from last month for us not to be driven by their instructions, which is good for us to give us more substance of the objection. Also, I'm not, whilst again, these are very difficult things, so half of them aren't material planning, they're all on a mass, not good reasons. That we have just to the north of that tree there, St Thomas's School. And again, these will probably be teenage kids, so we don't know the age, I can't say that, but we do not know what schools they'll be going to, but we do have St Thomas's there, which is potentially of an access, I suppose. I'm agreeing with everybody that we shouldn't do this, but I think we've got to find the substantive reasons under planning, and that's going to be a challenge. But I agree with everybody else.
Thank you. Could I just say, in terms of some of the concerns that are generally being articulated, some of them may have some planning substance in them, a number don't. But what I did want to say is just to address the suggestion that placing children in this particular area would not give them access to the best schools. And we've heard that alluded to. And although there are legitimate other concerns being expressed, the one thing I am absolutely sure of, that in Fylde, we have some of the best, outstanding and really good schools. So I want to put people's mind at rest in terms of access to education. That is not a particular concern in my view. It may be shared by other people, but my knowledge of the local situation would lead me to say we have some very, very good schools in Fylde that they would have access to. The other thing I want to do is just point out, when we asked Councillor Pittman and Councillor Farrington to come in, and because it's been moved, it's been proposed and seconded for refusal, and this is partly for information for the public gallery, that we would then have to adjourn to discuss with officers potential substantive planning reasons that would support refusal. And we have to ensure that there is a planning argument behind refusing. Otherwise, the authority could be seen as acting irresponsibly. So when you see us disappear in a few minutes' time, it's not a mysterious process. You're aware of what's going on. And then we'll bring those back, share those particular reasons for refusal with the committee, and then we will move to the vote and members will have their say. And I hope as well that the public gallery have been assured this morning that the way that our planning committee and our system works is that all members are given every opportunity to express their own views based on looking at that individual application. And they have the right to, in fact, we have the duty and the responsibility to look at all the evidence before us in the report, to listen to all the speakers, to listen to other members' contributions from which we can learn as well, and then to make an adjudication on that in terms of whether we want to refuse or whether we want to support. And it's a completely open verdict. We come in with an open mind, we're not predetermined, we look at the evidence, and then we make our mind up. And obviously we listen to speakers and the evidence that has been sent to us via email or whatever it is. We look at all that, digest it, factor it all in, and then come to our own independent decision on that. So I hope you've been reassured that that's the way this committee operates. Very quickly, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, just picking up on what the Chairman's saying there. I think for members of the public, you'll hear councillors, you'll hear officers, you'll hear the legal officer saying on occasion, that's not a planning consideration. That's not negating in any way what you've said, what you feel this morning. Yeah. But planning can be very frustrating. And a lot of the time, the public, councillors, members of this committee even, it's frustrating that things that we need to take into account, we can't because they're not covered by planning law, they may be covered by education. We're not sloppy shouldering this. We're not saying we're not interested. It's purely and simply under law we can't. And if we pass an application that goes against those planning regulations, we're subject to appeal. And those appeals largely will be successful if we've not considered fully planning application, planning reasons, planning law.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair. Councillor Pittman.
Thank you, Chair. I was on that scrutiny committee which looked at the children's home, so I'm well aware of the nature of the childcare business, and obviously bringing 3 children here will be quite a lucrative matter. That's not planning. What we did find out was that most of these homes that are bought up are for 2 children, and 2 children generate a lot of vehicle access, as Councillor Nixon knows from experience. Add to that, you've got the fact that many of these children are home educated, they are visited by educationalists, psychologists, you name it, they are visited, plus however many carers are there at the time. So 3 cars are going to be the bare minimum, and that will be the case at night time as well, because children, as we all probably know, can't be locked up. They do escape. And I come from a village where we had a children's home where a child was regularly brought back in the middle of the night and police were regular visitors. So there's all sorts of traffic, and 3 children will bring more traffic because of the very nature of their needs, which can be very diverse. No child's the same, and some have very complex needs. They're not necessarily going to be going to school. They're going to be educated, or shall we say entertained on site. So it's going to be a busy area and quite a dangerous area if the traffic is built up around there. So I do support the highway objection. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pittman. And finally, Councillor Farrington.
Thank you. For expediency, I'm not going to go through all the points again, but I would just say I agree with a lot of the my colleagues on this committee and the points raised. What I would say is that I think it's our duty to actually question maybe some of the conclusions we've read, some of the methodologies, and particularly some of the lack of local knowledge from some of the bodies and comments that are contained within the report. My overrider actually is the child welfare, and I would say if you were starting a plan from scratch and you had at your disposal properties all over the county, the last place you would house a child would be in a bedroom 8 metres from a rail track. Just from the vibrations and noises, it would be tantamount, in my view, to almost child abuse. I do not know of any other property that would be built new and allowed through planning, which we're talking about, that would start from the premise you are going to build a bedroom 8 metres from a rail line. And on that basis, I can't support this.
And I think, to be fair, as I said before, it could well be that that would be a consideration that Ofsted would apply in terms of looking at the safety and welfare and the occupancy of that particular house. But the point is well made.
Chairman, can I take the floor?
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. Just really before we do move to defer or adjourn to debate the reasons for refusal, a couple of things. One is that in terms of the highway side of things and the points that Councillor Armitt said about it being now a precedent being set and established to ignore the views of the Highway Authority, I just want to re-emphasise that there has been no change in the way in which we deal with those matters. The matters that are raised by statutory consultees, guidance and legislation indicates that those are a material consideration. The guidance says that this is a material consideration of the highest level, so we have to be very, very aware of those views. However, that doesn't change the fact that the final decision on those types of issues rests with this committee, and therefore the committee has always been at liberty to depart from the views of a statutory consultee. It needs to demonstrate, however, as to why that was the case and have a strong position to do so. So there has been no change in circumstances since the last meeting. Just then moving on, in terms of the proposer and the seconder, specifically mentioned in the sort of headline reasons for concern and in moving that refusal was just related to the highway implications, be it highway safety or the way in which the parking interacts with the building. In the debate, there was then additional issues raised. There was issues regarding in particular, about the suitability of a property so close to the railway line that requires a palisade fence, and that was an industrial solution in a residential area affecting on the character of the area. So there were other issues, and also the proximity of the building to neighbours and the railway line. What I wanted to do before we do sort of adjourn to discuss reasons for refusal is ask the proposal and seconder through you, Chairman, if you are wishing to add those to your particular motions, or whether those require an additional motion.
We have as a good structure to keep the refusal.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So myself and the Vice Chair will now retire with the mover and the seconder of this particular proposal with officers to discuss the substantive planning reasons that we can agree on. Thank you. Could we ask everybody to resume their seats, please? Thank you.
Just waiting.
All right, thank you, members and members of the public, for your patience. Obviously, this is a really important part of the protocol that we firm up substantive planning reasons for refusal when it's against officer recommendation. And I'm now going to ask Mark, listen very carefully to what he's about to read out, and if you're happy, then we'll move to the vote.
Right, sorry, Chairman, just remain. I'm reading from the right part. So, yep. So as the Chairman said, the process here is that we've adjourned for a short while with the mover and seconder to put some words around the headline reasons for refusal that they intimated earlier. So the reason, there's a single reason for refusal, which covers a number of issues. So the agreed wording would be: the proposed change of use of the property would result in a more intensive level of activity at the property, requiring physical works to support that use. The level of use will be greater than typically expected at a residential property and will lead to an unacceptable level of disturbance to neighbouring residents, in particular the residents of 187 St Andrews Road South, due to the juxtaposition of the two properties. The proposed use would attract an increase in highway movements with the provision of limited on-site parking, some of which has a tandem layout that would encourage parking on a well-used public highway close to a double bend, to the detriment of highway safety. The requirements of Network Rail to prevent access to the railway would require the erection of a high industrial-style fence that would be out of keeping with the residential character of the area. The proposal would, therefore, be contrary to the elements C, H and J of policy GD7 of the filed local plan to 2032, incorporating partial review, and the provisions of Fylde Council's Parking in New Development SPD, supplementary planning document that is. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Farrington.
Yeah, but may I just suggest we remove the word juxtaposition, which has a different meaning, and put something like close proximity or intimate proximity of, because juxtaposition has a different meaning, doesn't it? To be juxtaposed to something is entirely opposing separate. It means a conflicting relationship to be juxtaposed.
One presumes we are meaning that it is a conflicting one, though, given that we say.
Oh, in the context of what you thought, I thought you meant the geographical positioning. They're closely.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's literally a device that implies comparison or contrast. So we can put relationship. I presume the mover and seconder are happy.
Okay. Councillor Collins.
Can I just ask if the officers will be confident in defending that reason at appeal, should it go to appeal?
I'll ask the question, but if they don't want to answer it, because they may not know, what, level of competence, I think that may be a bit unfair, but I'll put it to them, but I think we ought to accept that it may not be proper for them to answer that, but I'll put the question anyway.
Chairman, yes, thank you. Obviously, our recommendation was one of approval, so that was the starting point. However, the decision makers have to weigh potentially competing issues, and different decision makers will weigh things in different manners, apply different weights to competing issues. So I would say that the reason that we've established this protocol of adjourning to look at the reasons is to allow that test of whether these are defendable reasons for refusal to be assessed. So those are all material considerations. They are clearly issues which were of concern to the committee in the debate, and therefore they are reasonable. Whether that will be held up, because of course some of our recommendations to refuse applications are not always supported on appeal, so we don't have 100% record, although we do have a very good record, but I would say that those are eminently defendable reasons, even if an inspector came to a different opinion.
Right, okay, Councillor Ledger, and then I'm going to move to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask, should, in theory, this go to appeal and filed with Toulouse, do you have an estimation of what the cost would be to file the filed taxpayer in legal costs and other
You're
costs?
asking through the chair, all right? Yeah. Okay. I'll have to.
So yeah, so if an appeal is lodged, then obviously there would be a cost to the council defending that appeal. But it's contrary to recommendation. So we might have to bring somebody in to represent the council, because the protocol says that obviously if we were in a hearing situation, one of the questions that would be asked of the officers is, why did you recommend approval and now you're saying it should be refused? So we might have to bring somebody in to represent the council's case if that was the case. In terms of a cost award, it's not like a court of law whereby the losing party pays. An application is made or can be made by either party, and the inspector has to assess whether there has been unreasonable behaviour. My view will be that these are solid planning grounds to refuse an application on, so they will be able to defend an application that said, if there was, for example, a reason that was not a material planning consideration in here, then we might be in a situation whereby, such as the reference to the covenants, then we might be in a situation whereby a inspector says that is unreasonable to refuse it for that reason. But I would say that these reasons are material planning considerations of concern to the committee. Just because, like I say, an appeal might be lost, but that doesn't mean to say that the reasons weren't valid. And so I would say that in terms of defending an award of costs, these are sound reasons to give us. I mean, obviously it's up down to the inspector at the end of the day, but I think they are defendable, and both in terms of planning merits and in terms of, more so in terms of an potential award of costs.
So proposed by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Nixon. All those in favour of refusing this application, please indicate. Thank you. All those. Yes, we're going to have a few minutes now while the public gallery leave because we have another application with a large number of people as well. Okay. And there we go. Could I ask members to take this opportunity, please, because we're going to have a break anyway, to look at the late obs for the next application, which is item 3. So if you can look at it now, do your homework.
Page 9 on the late observations report.
Right, we're ready. We've just determined one application, so we have to clear the public gallery, and we're now looking at item 3. So this is Mill Farm Sports Village, Fleetwood Road, Medlar with Wesham, and the proposal. The officers will go through that in a moment. Just to welcome members of the public, and thank you for coming this morning. And I think we have 8 speakers, which the Vice Chair will deal with in a moment. Members have had late observations to look at, and that's what they've been doing in the break. So they've been spending their time in between you coming in and other people going out, looking through the late observations which were received yesterday. So I think if members are content that they've had sufficient time to look through those late obs, we'll proceed. Because we have a number of speakers here, the protocol for this particular application will be identical to the previous application, which also had the same number of speakers, in that we ask the officer responsible for this particular case to make a brief presentation, and then we'll break for the speakers. Some of you will be familiar with this protocol, and then you'll be able to come up to the lectern and speak for 3 minutes, apart from Linda Nolte, who is an alderman. And it was my discretion when Kevin Eastham spoke that I gave discretion that he should have an extra minute. So I'm actually awarding the same discretion to Linda Nolte, so she can have 4 minutes in which to do that. Councillor Armitt.
Yeah, just even before we start this, given that the late observations say that LHA can't even comment until they've got the legal pack, is it even worth having the discussion if we don't know what the comments are going to be?
Put that to the officers, but I'm going to, and perhaps they can deal with. We'll move on to the speakers, and then we'll have the full presentation from the officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. This item relates to an area of land to the north of Mill Farm at Wesham. You can see from the screen there, sorry, I've not put my laser pointer on. It's not a good start. You see from the screen here, situated between the town, Kirkham and Wesham, and the motorway junction. Looking at the area in question in a little more detail, we've got AFC Fyldes football stadium here, Fleetwood Road running north-south to the side, the development's all to the west. Within the Mill Farm site, we've got the football stadium, we've got the Aldi, we've got Trilenco, an employment use, then we've got a series of football pitches, and hockey pitches and the like in this area here. And then the application site is this it's not square, but it's in that location. So it's to the northern part of the Mill Farm site. The plan on the right is an extract of the local plan. So we've got a number of local plan designations which cover this site. So the application site is generally that area there. So the purple is the mixed use allocation that covers the Mill Farm site. So you can see all the football pitches and the AFC Fyldes stadium and the Aldi are all within that area. There is an area of countryside, so the green is countryside, and then there's an area of employment designation. So the orangey brown is the employment designation. So this application interferes with all 3 with the majority of the site being within the mixed use allocation, also a reasonable part within the countryside, and then a small section within this employment allocation here. But I'll give you a little bit more details as we go through before the speakers. So I've just explained the first 2 bullet points. This actual site was the area where, on the AFC filed football stadium application, the original scheme, that was where the overflow parking area was indicated it would be provided. Since we met last time, we dealt with an application for the north stand, and that has since been approved. The legal agreement that was referenced to committee was being presented to us, so that planning permission is now in place. That legal agreement is now enacted. So the overflow parking area is no longer a requirement at this time, because the capacity of the stadium is restricted to the available parking on site. This application is for an employment building. It's quite a sizable employment building, which provides a mixture of warehousing and manufacturing with associated showrooms, office, parking, landscaping and the likes. And it's here at committee because it's major development, and also because it has the scale of it means it has some strategic implications, and it's also subject to objections from Western Town Council. Other parish councils have objected, but the site's entirely within Western's area, and the officer recommendation is for approval. Just to give you a bit more information about it, so this is the aerial image. So we're talking about this site here. Those who went on the site visit before the last committee will recall standing in this location here at the bottom of the car park, where we had a discussion about the general layout of Mill Farm. So you can see the body of standing water that's there, the balancing ponds here. These are football pitches. The building that we're subject to sits generally in this area here, bounded by this hedge, and this is a line of pine trees that separates it from views from Fleetwood Road. So in terms of the layout, we've got a proposed building, we've got an access point from Coronation Way to the south. That leads to a service yard, which is to the south of the building, and there's also an internal service road that leads to an area of car parking here and an area of car parking on this side. Put on there 70 metres and 30 metres as the separation of the building from Fleetwood Road. And then we've got, notice one of the neighbouring property here. So the neighbours is to the immediate north of the site in this location here where the laser pointer is. Just some internal layouts. The building's just shy of 150 metres in width by 100 metres, just over 100 metres in depth, width and depth, length, whichever. Majority of the floor area is a single floor manufacturing of warehouse, with an element of manufacturing on one side and a reception facility in the corner. This side of the building is 4 stories, so these 3 elements here sit on top of this element, if you will. So they provide an area of product reworking, an area of office work where design and financial work and that kind of thing takes place. And then there's a showroom where the products that are manufactured and imported are laid out for display to potential trade buyers. In elevation form, it's a large rectangular building. Didn't mention earlier, but it's the roof ridge height is just under 20 metres, so it is a tall building, and it's generally grey clad with some sort of construction features to break that up, and then an office glazed corner, which is in the front corner, the southeast corner. So these probably give some better indications of the sort of arrangement of the building. These are photoshopped images, photomontage images provided by the applicant. So this top one is indicating the view from Fleetwood Road, And then this bottom one is indicating the view from within the site. So with this hedgerow intended to be the boundary to Fleetwood Road, and obviously the building to the left. So that gives an indication to members of what we're talking about. So I thought we'd break for the speakers now. Yeah, the late observations, at the time of putting the report together, we didn't have any comments from the Highway Authority. They came the day after the agenda was circulated, and as you've seen from the late observations, they asked for the application to be deferred on the basis that the traffic counts that were supplied with the application date from 2017. So they believe that they're out of date. In response to that, the applicant's highway consultant has provided some November 23 traffic counts, which they've produced back in November. They've done that because there's been a change in the highway arrangements with the new junction to the M55, and what those November 23 traffic counts find is that there's been a reduction in traffic between 15 and 20% compared to the 2017 to 2023 figures, with that likely to be attributed to potential downfall in trip generations due to COVID and other things, but primarily because of that junction taking traffic away that may well have gone to BAE, for example, through Fleetwood Road and now would use Edith Rigby Way to access that site. So they've demonstrated through these traffic counts that the traffic generation has reduced. I've put those details back to LCC, but unfortunately I've not had a response from them, so I can't give you their updated position on it. But the officer view is that the reductions in traffic counts are logical. Sorry, the reduction in trip movements that the traffic count says is a logical situation, and I don't see a reason why we can't progress to determine the application.
Yeah, my point was on the legal agreement. The LHA say they can't comment until the legal agreement is signed.
Sorry, the legal agreement was signed. The legal agreement in question will be the one that related to the restriction of the capacity between the restriction of the capacity at the Mill Farm Stadium to meet the available parking on site. That was discussed at the 6th of March meeting here. That was there. The legal agreement was presented a couple of weeks ago in a final form. So that's now been enacted because we've implemented that issued the decision on that retrospective planning application. The North Stand is operational. Therefore, that legal agreement now bites.
Thank you. That concludes your introductory presentation. So we're going to move to the speakers, and I'm going to hand over to the Vice Chair.
Many thanks, Chairman. The first speaker we have on this application is Alan Clayton. Alan.
Good morning to you.
Good morning, Alan. Morning. I'm sure I don't need to proceed.
No, I think got me just a bit.
3 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, good morning, councillors. Application 220616. This application is described by the officer as a very substantial employment building, including a service yard and car parking in an area, and I stress, in conflict with the countryside allocation. The officer's assessment is the building is of such a scale it would potentially create a harmful impact on the surrounding rural character. And this is supported by policy GD4, which states the development must be sensitive to its surroundings. This massive, overbearing industrial unit is clearly not sensitive. Policy GD5 of the local plan refers to footprint, massing and height, and states that development will only be permitted if there is no harm to the character or appearance with existing development. And within the report, the Fileborough Council consultant highlights that the proposed building is significantly taller than other tall buildings and exceeds the height of the stadium roof by 2 metres and is almost twice the height of the Sri Lanka building. He concludes the size and footprint of the proposed building is too big for the site. Despite this slight reduction in footprint and height, it remains an extremely large building. To put it in context, it is equivalent to the height of 4.5 London double-decker buses stacked on top of each other. The south elevation length is equivalent to 10 buses in a line. Gives you some idea of the scale. The artist's impression we've seen paint a pretty misleading pictures using perspective to deceive the reality. The construction phase, planned over 56 weeks, indicates that initially 100 40-ton HDBs per day are required for the colossal movement of material to construct the building, giving a clear indication of the mass and scale of this application. One of the local plan principles is to protect and enhance our natural build and historic environment by ensuring that sufficient land of the right type is available in the right place. This application is clearly not in the right place. Policies EC1, 3 and 4 clearly identify areas within file which are much more appropriate for an application of this enormous scale. For example, the enterprise zones at Wharton and Blackpool. Apart from the immense scale of the proposed building, I have serious concerns relating to the impact of the access road and also the A585 to an already congested area serving existing business along the site. There are several policies giving reasons for refusal. I would therefore urge you to refuse this application. Thank you, Chairman.
And the next speaker is John Penswick. Good morning. Right. Microphone setting, you're outside 3 minutes. If you get to 15 seconds from the end, I'll give you a jump there.
Good morning, councillors. My name's John Pendrick and I'm just a local farmer in Greenhouse. I've come to raise an objection to the proposed imposing building warehouse at Mill Farm. Greenhouse, like this, is a beautiful calm part of Lancashire, picturesque views, Forest of Bowland area with outstanding natural beauty, small villages, thatched roof cottages, and a tight-knit agricultural community going back generations. Myself being a third-generation farmer in the area. This is not, and never has been, an industrial hub. Building a warehouse at this scale in a rural community is not only out of place with the area, but directly contradicts the aims of Fylde Borough Council's local plan to preserve green spaces around the M55 and maintain the rural aspect of the neighbourhood. The local plan, for example, promotes sustainable policies like reusing pre-existing sites like Windyke at Junction 4 for industry. To me, it makes no sense that this is not being chosen for such a major and imposing development. I would also like to call into question the sincerity of the proposed economic advantages being raised in support of development. Towns like Kirkham and Westham are too far away to be walked to by factory workers, while both towns are ill-suited for use of lorries and so unlikely to be used by HGV drivers. This means that the development is very unlikely to pose any increased economic benefits to the local hubs like Kirkham High Street. Instead, workers are more likely to use the closer convenient facilities on site, like the Burger Kings and the KFCs, which only benefits the site owners and not local businesses. The proposed factory will also not immediately provide job opportunities for the local community. Probably the 111 factory workers will be transferred from pre-existing site in Fleetwood, denying job opportunities for local people. The proposal of an extra 75 low-skilled jobs if the company doubles turnover in 5 years is also uninspiring and is disproportionate to the disruption the presence of the site will bring to the area. The site will also not provide adequate opportunities to upskill members of the community. I think there are plans for the factory to spend only 0.2% of its pay bill on training for its workers. For a site that will change the face of the area, this is unacceptable and does not provide any meaningful or significant value to the community. The development destroys the local landscape, goes against the aims of local council, and fails to provide opportunities or upskill local communities, and provides little to no economic value to local businesses. To conclude, this is absolutely not the correct or appropriate collation for a development of this size. Thank you.
And Pat Banks, please. Pat, if you'd come forward.
Good morning. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Chairman, councillors, I do object to this application. I have lived in Medlerworth Westham all my life, which is a considerable length of time, and love this place for the countryside of Medler on my doorstep. I am a regular walker and rambler, and for a local circuit, Mulbrick Lane, Westham Marsh, Pasture Barn Lane, through Mill Farm, Bradsh Lane, Back Lane, Wheaton Road, and then back home offers a really nice, good country walk. But this proposed 70-foot high, 4-acre building will dominate views all of the way round. It will be a massive blot on the landscape. In visual perception, it will take the urban edge of Westham half a mile into precious countryside. Mill Farm Sports Village, an interesting name on this application. The proposed site this warehouse would cover greatly reduces the possibility of any further sporting activities being available for local community use. The traffic serving any distribution business in this warehouse will generate lots more heavy commercial vehicles on the main road and Westham roundabout to add to the existing busy, polluting traffic. This is not a low carbon footprint use of countryside. All this for what reason? For whose benefit? Certainly not the people who live there. There is land earmarked just 3.5 miles down the road near the M55 junction 4, which is far better suited and more economically beneficial without all the environmental damage this project will cause to our rural area. Your policies are supposed to protect our lovely far countryside, limit large sites in rural areas, and control size and scale at sensitive locations like this site. This application is inappropriate for the countryside. Wrong building, wrong place. If there is land available at Mill Farm, which is already crowded with fast food outlets and lacking any green areas, then a lower properly screened unit would definitely beat this monstrosity, designed to hold 30,000 pallets of mainly Chinese, not British made, plastic toys for distribution throughout the UK. Okay, please think carefully of the future consequences. There is a stronger case to refuse this application. Okay.
And the next speaker we have is Richard. Yes, Richard Nolte, please. Morning, Richard. Morning. You know what to do.
I know. Only three. Okay. I'm speaking for our small holding at Deming Field. 3 acres of grade 2B land and a general purpose barn, as well as our house. At present, the area is mowed pasture with wilded boundaries and a scattering of trees. It supports an abundance of wildlife and plants. Your officers met a visiting deer when they called in March. In the past, it's seen egg production, calf rearing, pigs, fruit and vegetable production. This holding could be activated at any time without any approvals, say for stabling and exercise of horses, rearing goats and sheep, keeping of free-range poultry, and most importantly for flower and vegetable production in frames and cloches or low polytunnels. In fact, as we near retirement, my son and grandson have been evaluating developing the place for the production of edible flowers for the high-end catering industry in which he works. However, the proposed warehouse runs along the southern boundary of our land, a few metres from the dividing hedgerow, and will cause a major impact to our soil structure and growing potential through shading, wind tunnelling, and we fear drainage. The overshadowing has led the applicant to provide a seasonal shade map, but it is clear that this is not based on the actual position, size and spread of existing trees, neither does it account for foliage over the year. If we were to be there were to be a major horticultural activity here as we envisage, any offending shading could be managed by pruning and removal of trees. If the building is approved, the shade would always be there, solid and immovable. It is likely that there'll be drainage issues, and without direct sunlight, the natural ground drying process will be slowed. Thus, the future sustainability of our holding will be compromised, and the economic impact of that has not been addressed either to us or within the planning policy which claims to support and approve agricultural activity in the file. All this damage to us and to the local environment and social well-being is through disregarding the weight of the local plan policies in favour of a very weak economic case. This is a special case where you as members can safely exercise your own judgment. Page 126 of Andrew's report says, it is recognised that a compelling case could almost equally be made for refusal. Yesterday, we emailed you a pragmatic view of the economic assessment, and realistically, there will be less than 188 construction jobs. The value of the build and its cost provides no local betterment. Builders' butties are a marginal income. Most of the low-paid jobs will transfer in from Fleetwood. The new jobs depend on spectacular and probably pie-high in the sky growth. Added economic value is for the owners and the taxman, not for us. And business rates go to the Lancashire pool, not to Fylde Borough Direct. The fine balance now surely tips in favour of refusal. Please think carefully of the consequences to our community and refuse the application.
Thank you. Next, could I call Councillor Susie Gallagher? Good morning, Susie. 3 minutes in your own time, the microphone set up. I'll give you a gentle 15-second warning and then
Thank you very much.
If you're still going.
Morning, councillors. I represent Greenwich with Islington Parish Council. The immense height of the building has only been reduced by 1.7 metres at the visible parapet, which lessens the impact by only 8%, and its shift a few metres to the west does not change the bulk and form of the structure, which sits exactly on the boundary of my parish and Wesham. Neither does the reorientation of the entrance and manufacturing elements make any difference to the way in which this huge building will be perceived in this location between the urban and rural landscape. Although the applicant has now submitted a report stating the economic case for setting aside the many local plan policies which this development breaches, there are no overwhelming gains to be made in this locality or the area. The report states that up to 75 jobs might be created in the future should the business turnover double in the next 5 years. However, an existing 110 employees will transfer from Fleetwood, but their home locations indicate that the vast majority will face a difficult 20-mile round trip to work, which is not shown as a disbenefit or environmental disadvantage. The financial investment in building this enormous structure does not in itself justify developing this in the wrong place. Neither does the promise of growth in concrete, steel and fit-out spend or the man-hours completing the building. Again, the report map on social disadvantage shows Mill Farm to be in the least deprived area of the borough, whereas the logical development site specified in the local plan at Windyke, adjacent to the worst areas, would meet all of these requirements and be much closer and easier for worker transfer. A most worrying aspect of this plan is the traffic impact. The building plan now shows that there will be provision for 11 HGV docking bays, even though the stated immediate requirement is to service only 3 HGVs a day. The only access is still via the A585 Wesham Bypass roundabout and the unadopted Coronation Way. The construction plan now published shows a build time of over a year and a huge daily number of HGV movements for the first 8 months. That's 100 construction truck visits every day for the first 3 months alone. The effect on the local highway network will be immense, and this will impact commercial activity in the area. Air quality, dust pollution to Mill Farm site users and neighbouring properties will also be a concern. There is nothing in the revised plans and information that leads this parish council to revise its conclusion that the economic benefits of the development do not outweigh the social and environmental disadvantages or requirements of the local plan. Greenhouse with Thistleton still objects to this application. Thank you.
Next, I'd call Councillor Honourary Alderman Linda Nolte, I beg your pardon. And Linda, by virtue of being an honorary alderman and for your years of service to the borough, you're entitled to a whole extra minute here.
Has to have some benefits, doesn't it?
It's
At the discretion of the chairman.
So, in your own time, 4 minutes, I'll give you a gentle warning as you come towards the end.
Make it gentle because
It will be.
interrupted and I can't do it. Okay. We've lived in the countryside at our property Demingfield for 55 years, with lovely extensive views front and back. We're now faced with living in very close proximity to a huge industrial shed, completely overshadowing our large garden area. This building is bigger than anything to be found anywhere in Fylde and even the whole Fylde coast. Your officer states harm is mitigated by the building having been lowered from 70 foot to 66 foot and moved around slightly. No, it isn't any more acceptable. Harm has not been mitigated. It is still a huge, enormous, gigantic, ugly, box-shaped building, 66 foot high and 480 foot long, running very close to us, and will be visible for miles around. The officer states that this is a very finely balanced application decision. No, it isn't. It's heavily weighted to removal of countryside, wildlife, TPO trees and all environmental value. The report should weigh social, environmental and economic value and impact of the application. Well, social value. I can find none unless it's workers having a chat or the social interaction of irate drivers shouting at each other in the congestion, plus the complete loss of our amenity. That will be the impact. Environmental impact then. Environmentally, this is a disaster. The MU3 site was passed as a sports village with enabling development. It was never envisaged or designed to be an industrial unit site. LCC Highways comment that the master plan for this site has never been followed as was agreed for the whole area of development. This application breaches policies GD4 and GD5. It removes countryside, associated trees and wildlife. The report states only car parking and servicing yard is in the countryside allocation. That's all right then. No, it's not. Only 119 car parking spaces and servicing. This is terribly, horribly urbanising and noisy. Just look at the areas of car parking on Mill Farm already. This building is not an environmentally designed building and has no green credential features as far as I'm aware. So we are left with the economic value case. The construction phase of more than a year suggests lots of jobs, few of which will be local. So shall we just build this for those employment opportunities then? I think not. Once constructed, there will be very few job opportunities for Fylde residents. Most jobs will be low-skilled, dependent on the expansion of the company nationwide, selling plastic toys to be brought in, stored and distributed across the country. I care deeply about Medley with Westham, having represented the town and its residents for 44 years. So how will it benefit our residents? A few jobs maybe, more people shopping in the Mill Farm outlets. It will add nothing to other shops in the town or in Kirkham. What it will add is more traffic and parking problems. More HGVs, more congestion and frustration on our roads around the site. This application is in conflict with policies GD 4, 5 and 7. LCC Highways are not happy for this to go ahead and have many legitimate concerns. Please consider all this, think carefully, and if you've any doubts, please refuse it. We only have this one chance to save this rural countryside of Medley with Westham from a gigantic, obtrusive building and associated traffic problems in our area of Fylde. Thank you.
Next, could I invite Councillor Liz Bickerstaff, who is the ward councillor for this area. That means I can give my trusty stopwatch a little rest.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. It's my first time ever doing this, so I apologise now. Westham Town Council are objection against this building. It's not in the right place. It's not in keeping with the local plan. It's in disproportionate with the area that it's going to be built in. Drainage in the area is at a high risk at the moment, and it will cause further implications to this. Coronation Road has already had a couple of collapsed drains recently, where they've had to put bollards around it to stop the traffic going over and dropping down into the road. The application was identified for parking originally on that site for the overflow car park for Mill Farm and the AFC Fylde. Now, I know they've signed an agreement which enables them to lower their areas of people coming in and parking, but who's monitoring that? What if AFC Fylde suddenly have a load of fantastic footballers, like another David Beckham or etc., coming through to their football team? The people attending Fylde are going to be higher and more impact on the roads, the traffic. Even now with the restrictions that they have. The other day, the parking around Westham for the football was horrendous and just totally unacceptable. So imagine that if they go over the limit that they're allowed to have now on this signed agreement, how is that going to affect the impact? Well, there's no extra parking for them to park, and we've got this great big building on the area where perhaps the car park should actually be as part of the management strategy that was supposed to be put in place. The other issue is the road to the M55. I travel it every day to work and from work, and the new junction on the M55 itself has no impact at all on the traffic. The traffic is still as busy as ever. In fact, I queue for 20 minutes every night to come off at Junction 3 coming from Blackpool, and it is queued back sometimes even to Ribby Road roundabout. So, you know, the impact of the new junction with BAE staff has nothing to do with this road at all. In fact, a lot of BAE staff are still working from home since COVID. The next question that I would like to ask, obviously, is the jobs. Having worked in Blackpool, the deprivation and regeneration that Blackpool want to do, and the amount of people in Blackpool that would deserve some really nice jobs, Windyke Farm is the appropriate place for this building. There's no houses around it, they're opposite. It's right on the motorway, and the jobs and the value that that would give to the people of Blackpool would be immense, because they need the generation in Blackpool and the jobs. In Westham, there is no deprivation. There are people struggling, I don't disagree, but A lot of people that have bought in Westham use the houses simply to get to the motorway, work in Manchester or Liverpool, because it's easier and the housing is cheaper. The traffic counts they did in November was for one day, I believe, and probably on a quiet day, I don't know, but they just the traffic of all the Arctics coming down there. If you ever come past that road and you've got an Arctic coming the other way opposite you, the road is that narrow. People walking on the pavement, which is, well, if you can call it a pavement, has got no chance. They actually move you walking across the pavement there. And there's a lot of workers that work up on the farms across at Greenelsh. So Medlar Westham is a blend of countryside and town, and it gives a unique character, and the way one element transitions into another is part of why people live there. It's rural, it's nice. I moved there in 1989 from a city, and it's lovely. But this building will absolutely encroach on that. It'll be seen for miles. It needs to be put somewhere like on the M65 where you drive past and it's just full of great big distribution warehouses. It would fit in there quite nice. I know they've lowered it, but it's still too high. There's trees that they're going to cut down that've got TPOs on. Those trees, when they replant them, will take ages to grow. So we're looking at this site for a long, long time if it is built, looking at the grey cladding that they want to put on it. It takes away the possible use, again, of the car parking. Major disruption will be immense to all the children and everybody working and attending Mill Farm. You've got children playing football there on the all-weather pitches. You've got the hockey pitches. When you've got 100 to 150 HGVs coming in there every day, and they've got hockey teams going on, local schools use the 5G or 4G pitches for their football tournaments. It's quite dangerous for children to be attending there when they are actually moving all these vehicles around. Businesses. As you know, people that've been to Westham, there's a couple of shops, there's a co-op, etc. And there's the Greggs at Mill Farm and the petrol station. There's not many shops in Westham that they will be probably attending to spend money. Most of them will be in Kirkham. And if you've been through Kirkham these last few days, the road has got narrower there, so good luck with that. The economical value is very little to Kirkham and Westham, and I would urge people here today and fellow councillors to vote against this building being built. Lancashire County Council have not got enough information on the capacity of the road going out. We know, obviously, with the traffic going, it's just going to be horrendous. The traffic lights at the M50 on the motorway at Junction 3 do not work. People are queued on the motorway waiting for an accident to happen, and it will happen, and there will be a fatality. And I just think that you need to think long and hard about that, because it's one way out of Westham and one way in. And that is that A585, and there's no other way in and out. You will need an accident at the top of that motorway, and everybody is coming through Kirkham. Imagine the traffic. You know, we had Kirkham closed the other week, and an accident at Ruby Road roundabout. No one could get anywhere. It was totally gridlocked, totally. So please, fellow councillors, think about this building. Would you want it on your doorstep? It is huge. It's in the wrong place. Apart from the toys, that's another issue on the footprint. But my issue is it should be built somewhere where it is not going to be noticeable, where it's going to perhaps provide all these jobs that they say they have, which I don't think they have. It's in Windyke Farm or Whitehall, somewhere like that on an industrial place where people can access it easily. It's easier to get there than it is to get to us, because going to Fleetwood from Kirkham is a nightmare, even with that new road being built. Because as soon as you hit the speed camera at Greenelsh, it's all the way backed up every night. So I'd urge you, please, think about this building, how big it is, what's it going to prove, what is the outcome going to be from it, apart from distribution? And if ever they go bust, what will happen to it then? That's the question you ask yourself in this economical environment that we are in. Because I don't think they will go bust, but if they were to go bust, what would happen to that building? We would be stuck in Weston with a huge building that could potentially be empty. And I ask you to think to yourselves again as well, Sports Mill Farm. There's nothing sporting about this building. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that contribution, Liz. Come to the final speaker on this item, which is Colin Houlihan, who is, I believe, the applicant. Good afternoon, Colin. 3 minutes in your own time, I'll give you 15 seconds before the end.
Thank you very much indeed. Good afternoon, councillors. My name's Colin Houlihan. I've worked for HDI for the last 10 years. HDI design and manufacture eco-friendly toys. They are not plastic. They are made from recycled materials, and we pride ourselves on manufacturing that locally in Fleetwood. We supply a wide range of high street stores, which you'd all know. We do that both domestically and internationally. HDI have been in existence for 71 years in the Fylde area. We're synonymous with quality and children's toys. We're proud to call this region our home. We have a long-term relationship with the local communities and local charities in Fleetwood. HDI and Winfield Commercial have common shareholders, and we keep the property outside of the day-to-day trading of the business to allow that to work flexibly. We need to relocate. We've been in this building for 30 years. Unfortunately, the age, condition and configuration of that building is no longer suitable for our requirements to grow and develop the business. We have looked at alternative sites, Windyke, Queensway, none of which are on stream or viable for us for the near future. So in 2022, we took the decision to sell and lease back the building. We have a break clause on that lease, which is due on the 24th of June 2024. We are going to operate that exit from the lease. Regrettably, we know this has impacts on the local community in terms of the size of the building, but it has to be economically sustainable for us as well. We do want to be in business for another 70 years. We engaged a professional team to work with us to mitigate the impact on the development. We work very closely with your team in terms of the officers to try and ensure we try to make this as environmentally impact less as possible. But there are some, real issues in terms of where we are currently and the fact that we have to move. We talk about the economic benefits. We have 111 people that are working for us currently. Of course, some of them will transfer with us. But actually, we've got 2 new factories which we're currently building in Fleetwood, which will relocate. There are 75 new jobs that are being created as a consequence of that day one. They will be new jobs. We are automatically now recruiting in the Wesham area rather than in Fleetwood because we're relocating. So whatever we do, that's a fact for us. In conclusion, the implications of refusal of this application will have, thank you, will have marked impact on both local livelihoods of individuals and families. We're extremely keen to stay in the Fylde area. However, because of the importance of this, we've had to have a plan B. If we cannot locate into Mill Farm, we will have to move outside of the area. Thank you. So we have secured an option on a building in Ellesmere Port. It's not our preferred option, but if we have to move, we'll have to go somewhere. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Colin. That concludes the speakers on this item. Before I hand back to the chairman, can I just thank everybody for their input? It's vital that you give this input. This will help the councillors on the committee to make their decision. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm going to hand back to the officer now, who will continue and complete his presentation.
Thank you, Chairman. This is an aerial image that I've slightly roughly annotated to give you the idea of where we're talking about. So we've got the building is generally the blue area, and the application site is the red area. So we've got Fleetwood Road, obviously. We've got the neighbouring property at Demingfield and the land associated with it that's to the rear that Mr. Nolte referenced. We've got the sporting facilities here that have been referenced by a couple of speakers, and then we've got the former Mill Farm and then Mill Farm's football stadiums located down there. So this again is just a reminder of the area that we're talking about. This is what we're talking about putting in it. It's a building 150 metres by 100 metres by 20 metres tall for employment purposes, with a delivery yard and parking area, and then an area of landscaping in this direction. Just to show you some images of the area, the top one taken from Fleetwood Road looking north. So the application site is the car parking area and the building are into this area here. Looking a little bit further on, looking straight across, you've got a line of trees here. These are the protected trees that a number of speakers have mentioned. The building sits roughly where those trees currently are. So those trees are removed to facilitate this development, and that gives, I put this slide in because it gives you an indication of the distance, the separation distance between the road and where the building would be. So you can see that rough grassland there is this rough grassland in this location here. Looking what's within the site, it's not in any active use, so it is just a little bit, it's a little bit overgrown. There is actually the balancing pond is in this area here. That's as close as I got to the edge of it because I wasn't entirely sure where the edge was. And you can see the edge of the sporting pitches. You can see in this top picture, you've got the trees which form the boundary to the Demingfield property. And then these are the pine trees in the distance, looking from inside the site. So it's a big area. Again, some more images looking back across the site, just to give you a flavour of its current condition. So I've now got a series of slides where I run through some of the main considerations. The first one is, as with any application, we'll start with the planning policies. There's various allocations that cover this site. There's the mixed use allocation where the building goes, but there's also the countryside and the employment allocations. The mixed use, as I say, the buildings on that site, whilst that allocation is based around leisure, it also does include commercial uses. And whilst there is an expected employment level set out in the local plan, and that will have been satisfied by the employers, there is no policy conflict by providing more jobs on this mixed use allocation. So the fact that the building is in the mixed use allocation is in accordance with that planning policy. There's a fair area of countryside involved, and the service yard and the access points and the car parking are in that area. The countryside policy, as I've sat here and said many times, is one that's restrictive of new development unless it complies with series of exceptions. The exceptions don't include the development that's proposed here. So therefore, there is a conflict with policy GD4 from this development. Finally, the employment policies, there's a little bit of the access site is within that allocation, and because it's an employment use, there's no conflict with that policy. Okay, the scale. Very large building. Set out the dimensions there. It's a scheme that's obviously, it's a 22 application. It's been with us for some time. We've had quite a bit of discussion with the applicant and their representatives over whether there's any options to improve the design, reduce the scale, and some of that has been done. The earliest scheme that we saw on this site was for a different building in a different location, but the position we've been presented with is that there is no further scope for altering the scale of the building, and obviously it's now situated on a site, on a part of the application site that is outside of the countryside. So they feel, the applicant feels that that's the position that that they can best used to put the building in, and obviously it's the scale of building that they've presented to deliver the growth that the final speaker referenced. As I said there, that the location's entirely in the employment allocation. The design is obviously a functional one. It's largely a rectangular building. The latest plans do improve the elevational treatment. They break up the massing of the building better. There's much less glazing to the building than there was in earlier schemes. An earlier scheme put a large element of glazing facing Fleetwood Road. That's been reduced and relocated around the corner. So the visual impact that you get of the glazing in terms of lights being on and viewed across the countryside views that I think Mrs. Banks mentioned, those will be reduced under this latest design scheme. So it is a better scheme, but we can't get away that it's a large building. In terms of its impact, it's in the right allocation. I think that's one element that we can say is that the building is, because it's not in the countryside, the building is in the right part of the allocation, but it does fill that allocation, and it does result in the loss of some trees, which we'll cover again on the next slide. But the scheme introduces a reasonably comprehensive landscaping scheme. There's new tree planting in the countryside area. There's a pond in that area. So there are elements that elements of landscaping proposed that sit between the building and the most frequent public views, which will be from users of Fleetwood Road. Having said all that, there is a harm. The report mentions it, the speakers highlight that there will be harmful impact on the perception of the area as you transition from Wesham into the countryside beyond and vice versa into the Wesham from the motorway junction coming south. There will also be views in the public rights of way. In terms of highways, as I mentioned in the introduction, there was an initial idea that the area of the Mill Farm site where this application sits would be providing the overspill car parking for the stadium. That's no longer required due to the legal undertaking that's been signed and limits stadium capacity. That was obviously dealt with at a previous committee, so that's freed up that issue from consideration with this application. Obviously, we've got views from Lancashire County Council to earlier schemes. Their views largely predate that position and largely focus on that position. I mentioned again in reference to Councillor Armitt's question about the most recent comments from the Highway Authority asking for or suggesting that the application be deferred until updated traffic counts are available. I don't think that that's justified. I think we've got traffic counts that present a logical situation with regards to the volume of traffic using Fleetwood Road. I think it's also fair to note, so I put it on a bullet point further down, that National Highways, who are the highway authority for the motorway and the strategic highway network, they've done quite a bit of their own modelling on the traffic generation that would be created by this scheme, and they've not raised any objection. They put a holding objection in at first whilst they considered it, but that's been withdrawn. So there's no highway objections from National Highways, and the comments from Lancashire County Council Highways seem to be focused on matters that have been resolved. In the report, I've had a look at the access arrangements. I've looked over the traffic transport assessment that's presented with the application, and that to me provides a reasonable assessment of the scheme. So I don't believe that there are any highway matters arising from this application. Environmental factors, there are some issues here. There's a row of protected pine trees I showed on a photograph earlier. Those trees are subject to TPO, and those trees are to be removed. There's also group of the TPO trees to the south of those, sort of to the north of the existing mill farm, which are also to be removed to provide for the access and parking areas of the development as a whole. And that has to be a harmful impact. With regards to ecology, there's no particular designations on the site. It's protected species there. When the surveys have been submitted from them, there's no real sort of high level ecological issues, although the site will be used for habitat in terms of commuting, foraging, some bird nesting, no doubt. That will be lost from the development of the application, but it is something that can be reintroduced through landscaping conditions, through habitat conditions, through ecological improvement conditions. And just as a point of clarity, the final bullet point there's no issues with biodiversity net gain. That's something that obviously we'll hear of more often as that new piece of planning legislation becomes more widespread. But with this application being in with us since 22, there's no requirement to meet the uplift in biodiversity net gain that is now part of planning legislation. Other matters, so neighbour impacts. There's perhaps two residential properties. There's the neighbouring property that we've heard speakers from today, which is to the north, which has its garden, and it has other land to the rear that shares the boundary of this site. These are some images from that I took when I visited that site back end of last autumn. So the images on the left show you that property. The application site is over to the right on these images. So you've got the kitchen, lounge, bedrooms to the property here. This picture is taken just looking past the corner of that property and looking kind of down the site, if you will. So we've got an area here. You've got an outbuilding, and then you've perhaps got the garden area to the property, and then the land that we heard earlier was potentially available for horticultural purposes is the land that's further along. In terms of the impact on this property, the building's going to be behind these trees here. It's going to be visible over the top of those trees. It's set some distance past the rear of the building, the rear of the neighbouring property. So there's perhaps a limited direct impact on the garden and dwelling, but there is going to be views of that of the building from elements of the garden this is like a sun lounge with tables and chairs in it. You've obviously got picnic tables here. From the use of those areas, you will see this building, and at 20 metres tall on a slightly elevated site, it will have a powerful visual impact from those areas of the property. Ooh, wrong way. There's another neighbour. So there's a neighbour to the south, which is a property that's currently not habited and not habitable. I understand that's in the ownership of the owners of Mill Farm, and that's likely to be subject to future development proposals. There would be an impact on that property were it to be occupied again, but there isn't really any indication that that's likely or certainly possible from the pictures I've seen of that site. Talked about drainage also this morning. Two elements to that. The site currently provides the balancing pond for the wider Mill Farm site. So drainage from the football stadium, from the Aldi, from Tralinco, everywhere. That's run through this balancing pond and then released at a controlled rate to Bradkirk Brook, which is to the north. There is a requirement to relocate that balancing pond, and there was a planning permission granted for that last autumn by committee. So there is a sort of the solution is in place for that. That just needs to be enacted. It's not so that's not an issue. It's just a case that there needs to be a proper implementation of that and management of construction drainage and the like during the construction works. That's something that will be addressed through condition, both to this application and to the one for the relocation of the pond. And then for the drainage on the site, clearly the building and the service yard and the car parking areas are extensive in area, so they will bring surface water drainage at a much accelerated rate over the current situation where it percolates through the ground. To accommodate that, there is a pond provided within this site. It's in the location between the building and the road, Fleetwood Road. So the idea of that is that would hold the water back before then being released to the brook at a controlled rate. And there's no issues with that, subject to the imposition of conditions. So those are perhaps a series of negative and neutral factors. We've now need to balance a decision with other elements of the scheme, and to help with that, the applicants presented an economic benefits report. So they've set out that the business is based in Fleetwood. They've set out that the business is currently has to relocate. Its current premises are unsuited for its business needs, and they have a standard business desire to expand their operations. They've explained the number of jobs and the £80 million turnover that they currently have, and how the relocation of the business to a new facility here would allow an increase in employment of an extra 75 jobs to 186. The report explains how the majority of employees are clustered around Fleetwood, with almost half of them being in Wyreborough. Clearly some will move, some will be recruited locally, and there will be some transference. Because there's only 12% of current employees are file based at present. So that would change, I'm sure, with a relocation of the building here. Or sorry, a relocation of the business into this building. The report also explains how the business is using this as an opportunity to grow. They have a series of they have a main site, and they have a series of satellite sites that they use for storage mainly. The idea is to bring them all onto a single site and therefore enhance the efficiency of their operation. There's also, they do some manufacturing on site at present, and the proposal here includes a second manufacturing facility. So they're looking to sort of broaden the manufacturing that they do as a business, and they need, the report says they need this, this new premises to do that. The report also talks about employee expenditure, and gives some details of how that is, it would be spent in the local economy, both by staff and also by the visitors that come to their showroom facility. And finally, the report talks about the construction phase, where there will be construction jobs and there will be expenditure by those, with a figure of £29 million expended, given as a figure for the employment, for the construction expenditure in the local economy over that 12-month build period. So, final slide. We come to a balanced view on what the officer recommendation is and what committee's decision would be. Clearly, there are negative factors. There's a conflict with policy GD4. There's a harmful visual impact from the scale of the building. There's a loss of the established trees and the habitat they provide, and there's a harm to neighbouring properties. There's positive factors, bringing in a significant employer into the borough. It would bring forward the allocation. The site at present, see from the images, it's not offering any value to the borough. It's not offering any countryside value. It's not offering any economic value. So the delivery of that site for a positive purpose is a benefit. And then there's the wider economic benefits from more employment, from construction jobs, from sort of having more employed people in the borough is a positive factor. And then there's a series of neutral factors. So there's the lack of impact on parking or highway matters. There's the drainage issues. And then there's all the other planning factors that I've not gone through in this presentation, all of which are considered to be neutral. So as a final overall balance, I think it says in the report, and I'll say here that the report and the recommendation is a finally balanced one. I think my sort of starting point is there is conflict with the countryside designation, but whether that countryside impact, the visual impact on the countryside is so significant is perhaps questionable, given the setback of the building from the road and given the opportunity to introduce perhaps a different form of landscaping in terms of belts of trees or groups of trees rather than the belt of pine trees that currently exists. So with the sort of economic benefits and the perhaps the lesser visual impact and visual policy harm from the perceived impact on the rural character of the countryside, the application is one that is recommended on balance for approval. The only other element I'd want to say is that there's a list of conditions on the application agenda papers, and the late observations suggests an additional condition which requires that details of any lighting to be used on site are submitted and for approval, so that we can make sure that lighting is sensitive to ecological factors, to neighbouring amenities, it's low level parking around the lighting around the car parks and that kind of thing. So that's all I have on this one.
Yes, I was just listening to, could we make sure that all mobile phones are switched off, please? We had this with the earlier session, and I forgot to remind people just to switch them off, although it was rather a nice tune. So thank you for that, Andrew, and we're going to go straight to the debate, and we'll begin with Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Andrew. That was very weighty, wasn't it, indeed? But thank you, to start off with, thank you, Andrew, for admitting that this is very finely balanced. And, you know, there's an argument for both supporting the development and for rejecting it. I've got a few points to make and a couple of questions, if you'd allow me to do so, Chair. I think one of the benefits of us looking repeatedly at different applications for Mill Farm over some various meetings is we've all got a good overview of the site, and I've been a big supporter of supporting leisure activities in Royal Fylde. I think it's a good thing, but at some point we've got to decide whether or not this site is a sports and leisure facility or an industrial estate, and I think that we've come to that point here. I commend HTI for wanting to remain in Fylde and keeping employment in the area. But the big overriding factor of this is, you know, and you've highlighted that, Andrew, in the point that they have moved as far as they possibly can. We discussed at the site visit that there was very little movement for reducing the size of this site because obviously the company wants to expand. You know, I take note that there is a certain amount of manufacturing, but from the picture that you showed there, the vast majority, it's a distribution centre, you know, and I've got a little bit of a concern there that although it's only saying there's 3 HGVs a day leaving the site, there's provision for 11 loading bays, which would point to the fact that the growth is going to be primarily for the distribution rather than manufacturing on this site. And the fact that the building is twice the size of the already established industrial building gives me concern. The building's too big, and so I'm a bit concerned that we're trying to shove a square peg, a very large square peg, in maybe a slightly smaller space. I take note that you've mentioned the flooding area. such a large concrete footprint for this building to go on is inevitably going to generate some more flooding and more runoff. And the fact that the holding pond is right next to Fylde Road is a concern, because, as we've highlighted before, you know, if these ponds don't get maintained properly and they do back up, then fact is the water's going to run onto the road. Two main points which I want, and also into the neighbouring properties, two main points, if you could, Andrew. The artist impression picture that you showed before, and I realise it is only an impression, but it would appear that the building is sitting quite a bit higher than the road level. And so I'd like you to comment on that, if you could, whether that is an actual plan for the building, or whether the building's actually going to sit down in that site. Also, with the TPOs, if those trees are going to be removed, is there any conditionality that can be put on there that established trees go back in? If it is passed, then at least some kind of way of masking some of the site, although they'd have to be very tall trees indeed. And also, we have discussed previously that there was the potential for a new access road leaving Mill Farm, whether or not there's any condition to this application being passed, that there would be a requirement to create that access road, so it would reduce the amount of HGVs running through the total site and using the existing road onto the roundabout. I do note that the councillor's previous comments regarding the roundabout that approaches the M55 is a dangerous road, and I'm very concerned about the level of traffic that eventually could go from here. And finally, we've made reference, Andrew, to the point that although the legal agreement has now been signed, it almost sounds like there will be no growth in spectators ever in perpetuity at AFC Fylde, because in order for this application to sit with the car parking space that's there, then there is no other area for growth of the car parks, and I don't see how the two things can sit alongside each other. So that gives me cause for concern. Thank you for listening to my rambles. These are concerns. My overriding concern is this building is just too big for the site. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Can I deal with the scale point first? You mentioned the building, and I think you picked up on a point that was made by the speakers about the height of the building. The building is not quite twice as tall as the Trilenco building in terms of its floor to ceiling height. There's also a change in levels across the site, which means that the Trilenco building is actually on higher ground than this site would be. So if you were standing off-site, it wouldn't appear twice as high, because the floor area of the Trilenco building is higher than the floor area of the proposed application building. And that's what this image, this doesn't show them in their actual relationship, but it shows their height relationship. So the HTI building is lower than the ground floor of the AFC Fylde main stand, which is this structure, and that is lower than the ground floor of the Trilenco building. You can probably see that from that street view image. So the perceived height, it will be taller than the AFC Fylde Stadium, but not much. And it will obviously that is already taller than the Trilenco building. So I think that's a clarification I just wanted to make to you in terms of understanding the level situation. I'll then go back to this image. The building goes into this area here, so it's perhaps slightly higher than the road, but not markedly.
Sorry, Andrew, could you bring back the artist impression picture that we looked at originally at the beginning? Yeah, that to me, the bottom right-hand side there, clearly would show that the hedgerow, which is adjacent to the road, has got a gradient on there, quite substantial. Now, I realise artists are prone to illustrate, but you know, when we're talking about things which are important here, that would seem to be quite considerably higher than the road line. Is that not the case?
Well, unfortunately, I can't give you. I do have a site section, but I don't have it here across there to demonstrate and answer that question for you. But it is a point that's been made that there is all my discussions with the applicant's agent have been about that's quite a tall building. So their responses have been to try and do whatever they can to try and reduce the levels. So I'm sure that that level is as low as it can be.
But is it higher than the road?
I suspect it is higher than the Fleetwood Road level, but I can't give you whether it's 1 metre, 2 metre. I don't have that site plan in front of me. But I'll ask Mark to have a look at it whilst I cover some of the other points. Where was I going? I was going to the site plan. The landscaping, you talked about the trees coming out, trees going back. There is an area here, there is a landscaping scheme that shows trees coming into this area. There is the surface water balancing pond comes in this area, but it doesn't need to fill all of it by any means. So there is an extensive area for tree planting. The trees that would go back would no doubt be a mixture of sizes and species to give more of the way that landscaping schemes work. You get a mixture of species to try and give some immediate impression, and then some trees that will develop a range of ecological benefits coming from different trees. I put the measurements on there. You're at 70 metres back, you're at 30 metres back. So you do have a reasonable area to work with in terms of landscaping. It's not like a 2 metre strip where you're just going to be able to plant a few shrubs down. So that is something that I feel that there is an opportunity. Obviously you lose the trees and they are a substantial feature in the landscape, but you do have the opportunity of replacing them. We then talked about the access arrangements. There may be plans for, and there has been an application that was withdrawn for a new access point to Fleetwood Road to the south of this application site somewhere here. That's not with us at the moment. This application relies on Coronation Way and the roundabout to the south of the site for providing its access. If an application was received, if it was approved, if it was built, there may well be an opportunity for this scheme to use that access. But at the minute, the application we're looking at takes its access off the Coronation Way and then down to the roundabout Fleetwood Road. In terms of the AFC filed stadium capacity, that legal agreement obliges that the capacity is restricted to whatever the parking is. So without there being a growth on parking on the site, there won't be a growth in the capacity beyond the 3,700 and whatever limit that is currently obliged. I believe it's 3,740 or 3,470. Yeah, 3,470.
I think it's 4,360.
Right, 4,360. Apologies for getting the numbers in the wrong order. So that capacity is fixed by that legal agreement unless parking numbers are increased somewhere on the site.
So that's based on available parking?
Yes.
Available car parking straight through the chair?
Yes. Yeah, that legal agreement that was signed following the last committee meeting limits capacity of the stadium to the available parking spaces on the site. So, I mean, for example, if this scheme was approved and built and the applicants came to an agreement to use the parking for this scheme, it would allow for greater capacity at the football stadium if that was an option for them. But that's not the scheme at the minute. This is self-contained. I'm hoping that Mark's found the levels one.
Before I bring Councillor Ledger in, just to go back to the 30 metre and 70 metre gap between the edge of the building and Fleetwood Road, and potential landscaping there. I mean, I suppose one has to accept that whatever landscaping is put in will not be anything like the screening that we've got with those mature trees at the moment. That's the first thing. I think you've said that. But, I mean, this business of being able to, you know, put more mature trees, how realistic is that? Rather because you know, one or two people have picked up the landscaping issue as being a significant one.
Yeah. I think hopefully this image helps. In terms of the landscaping that there is on the site at the moment, there's a group of trees in this area here to the north. Those are not affected. There's this line of pine trees, which are removed. There's a group of trees here, which are removed. And then there's the roadside hedge. So, and that's obviously on the roadside, that's not affected. In between them, you've got an area of rough grassland that doesn't offer any landscaping. It's this area here. So between the roadside hedge and those trees, there isn't really anything of any value. So what this scheme could do is it gives you the opportunity as a council to require that a landscaping scheme is implemented that provides a mixture of some tall specimens, some grassland areas, some whips and other small trees that will provide some initial landscaping, but then will also provide some landscaping that develops over time as the smaller trees mature. So there is a, I think I said earlier, there's a reasonable area there to do something in terms of landscaping. So at the minute, you've got a belt of pine trees that separates the allocation for Mill Farm, the mixed use allocation from the countryside. What you're seeing here under this scheme would be that's lost and replaced by the opportunity to require a landscaping scheme through condition to a planning application that requires a more considered and more comprehensive landscaping scheme is brought forward, albeit it's in this area of the site here rather than here. But that's beneficial because that's where you see the site from. You view it from that angle. You don't view it. Views are available, distant views from other locations, but the majority of the views are going to be from Fleetwood Road.
While you've got that slide up, if I could just have one further question, just to clarify for members as well, in terms of designation of the land here, the proposed building is within the employment area, yes, the allocated.
The mixed use area,
mixed use area, yes. Yeah. The service yard is in the countryside.
Yes.
Yes. And what about the car park?
That's in the countryside as well.
And this landscaped area?
Yes. So if I go back to that image,
is part of the countryside designation,
yes,
which wraps around.
Chairman, if I go back to this image, this is an earlier iteration of the building, so the building's slightly smaller than this, but you can see that the building is on the local plan here is overlaid over the site, over a Mill Farm site plan. So the building is here in the employment mixed use allocation. The countryside is the service yard, the access road, the car parking area here, and then the landscaping and balancing pond and what have you, which is also in the green, which is the countryside.
Bringing Mark in, who's...
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of points as well. First of all, in terms of planting mature trees, I think one of the issues there is that planting a sort of a standard or a heavy standard tree would obviously give you an immediate impact in terms of its landscaping value. It would be greater than sort of planting whips. However, when you do transplant trees, they have like a shock value as a result of them being transplanted. And so they sort of don't take as well as smaller trees being planted. So basically, the bigger the tree, the longer there is before it sort of recovers from the shock of the transplanting and starts to grow. So quite often what you do is you end up with a landscaping scheme with a mixture of sort of standards or heavy standards and smaller trees. And basically you'll find when you do that, you'll get the instant effect from the bigger trees, but the smaller trees will sort of almost catch them up because they have less of a shock value in the transplant. That's not to say, of course, that when we're talking about a heavy standard tree, we're talking about a tree which is still considerably smaller than the mature trees that were along that site. So that is that point. Just going back to Councillor Evans's point about the difference in levels, I've found the plan. The road obviously doesn't. It's not constantly at the same grade. However, the cross section that is provided, which is through a fairly reasonable point of the building, midpoint of the building, shows that there's about a metre in difference between the carriageway, the edge of the carriageway, so the edge of the footway, and the base of the building, is what it appears to show in terms of that. So it'd be a metre higher in terms of the building. So
Yeah, building's higher than that.
yeah. So, unfortunately, I can't project that onto that screen. But oh, actually, no, I can't. No.
Thanks for your patience. Councillor Elijah.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the officers for a very comprehensive presentation and answering the questions so far. I'm the other ward councillor for this area, and members on the committee probably aware from previous applications at Mill Farm I've had some concerns. However, on this application on its own, I do certainly start from the point that there are potential new jobs to be created, and I've spoken to local residents and kept a good eye on the many Facebook groups that we have where people have commented, and there seems to be some pleased anticipation that there may be new jobs created. I did look a little bit further into that, and unfortunately, a lot of people who have commented on the Facebook that there are potentially new jobs don't live in Westham. Most of them don't live in Files, and indeed quite a lot of them don't even live in Lancashire. So I think the local support perhaps has been overstated slightly, and indeed the speak on behalf of the applicant, mentioning the maths on behalf of net jobs created in Westham does seem to be, in my mind, slightly overstated if we consider the amount of people who will simply commute from their current site in Fleetwood and how long new jobs being created in Westham, or indeed anywhere in Files, would take. Seems to be a very long time and quite a generous calculation on behalf of the applicant. The scale of this building, I think it's fair to say, is quite unprecedented in Files. I don't even know if the warehouses the hangars and BAE are that enormous. Those of us who went to see the site, the Trelanco building nearby, which is sort of hidden from view from the road and other parts of Westham, that was enormous. And to see that this building, which would be clearly visible from the road, is just huge and would fundamentally change the nature of Westham, which is a very, very rural area, and the other rural parishes around. This would be an enormous, by the looks of that, a white and blue metal and glass building, just totally not in keeping with the local area or the my feeling of Fylde in general as a traditional rural area. The destruction of the trees, or the damage in moving the trees, I think is quite sad, and I am concerned how almost casually we're considering some building of concrete or car parking, a small amount of car parking into and the buildings itself into designated countryside, and we haven't even got a guarantee that that very small number of parking will contribute positively to the wider car parking problems at Mill Farm. In the previous application we looked at this morning, we did repeatedly hear about concerns about parking and traffic, and in that instance, it was theoretical about perhaps 3 cars on a busy road, and here there is already considerable amount of traffic from the other buildings on that site, and that's not theoretical, that's practical, and it's happening now with hundreds of cars travelling every day. And now this would be including lorries, huge lorries, on an already a very trafficked road, which was already had damage and flooding. So I think my concerns in general are that the potential new jobs are very, very small and may take a very long time to come through, and to consider those against the other problems is highlighted as being against GD4, GD5, GD7, and the general nature of Fylde and us wanting to protect the feeling and the nature of Fylde, that the benefits are so small and do not outweigh the significant damage that this will do to Fylde, that this is just a sacrifice far too much for Fylde, particularly for a rural area like Wetham. And I can't imagine a building of that size being seriously considered adjacent to somewhere like St Anne's or Steyning or Lytham. Yet in a rural area like this, we're looking at it, and I just cannot see the benefits, but I can clearly see, as already outlined, significant damage to the local area, and as such I would even move a motion to refuse this. Thank you.
Do you have a second? So, comments?
Thank you, Chair. I can't vote for this. I'm glad Councillor Ledger has just put in the refusal. We've admitted harm to the countryside. We're going to cut down TPO trees, which, what is the point of having a TPO if you can just come along and cut them down? Planting new trees does not help the biodiversity, because the established trees are and carry the biodiversity that we're going to put back. So thank you, Councillor Ledger. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Everybody knows that for 10 years I've supported anything really that will come along and offer us jobs and work. I think we do need it. I mean, when I moved here, it was 2,500 at GRE. That's all gone. AXA's gone. Aerospace 10,000 out of 6,000. Those jobs have gone. And this report says here, I get that, yeah. This report says here, you know, that we're looking at a retirement area, and that's our future. It's the breakdown of the stats in here. This isn't going to bring an enormous amount of jobs. And my first concern was, until I heard the gentleman speak saying they were building new stuff in Fleetwood, that all the work I do up in Fleetwood, and I know this company really well, I'm glad they're building something up there, because Fleetwood's struggling a bit more than we are, to be honest. And that's great news. I've been fortunate enough to work in huge amounts of these built things. Boots, Currys, Dixons, same place. Post office. I've worked in loads and loads of these places, whether they are freezer ones, clothing ones, or robot ones. Nobody likes them. Nobody likes them wherever they are. I've worked them in Nottingham, I've in Newbury, I've worked them in Hemel Hempstead, I've worked them all over the place. They're ugly. There's no way to build these things that isn't ugly. But everybody wants them. They want their Amazons and their Google deliveries and their just-in-time deliveries and their big lorries of B&M bargains bringing stuff. And nobody wants to see where meat comes from an animal. But these things are needed if you want to have the business and you want to do the delivery. And they are ugly and they are intrusive. It's almost probably the same size as the entire stadium in total when you put it all together. But this is a good company that does a good piece of work, and it needs to be somewhere, and no one wants it anywhere. That's just the fact. There's a couple of things I would say. On page 105 of the report, it states it would take 15 years for the damage to the local area to recover. I think you need to be cognizant of that. I mean, that's the same wherever they do these things, whether it's the link road or wherever it's going to be. It'll take 15 years to recover to the damage done to the area. It doesn't really. That's just how it is. On page 108, and this is something, if we were going to go forward with it positively, not negatively, I'd like the officers to put in as a condition to work with the applicant. It states we're moving 140 pine trees, 3 areas deciduous trees. And then in their own report supplied to us, it states we're going to plant 113 trees, 9 conifers, and a lot of hedges, 795 hedges. So they're actually proposing to replace the removed trees with less trees. I think we can do better than that if we're going to do it positively. Let's at least match, if not exceed, what we're taking out, and let's see some commitment from the applicants to do better, not to leave us in a worse position. On page on condition 22 on page 133, if again we're going to go through positively, it's about the delivery times. It doesn't mention days. I would have thought that would have been, so by not mentioning days, that kind of implies it's 7 days a week. And I think we should change that condition as well, given the location and the only access point to, and not within 2 hours of match time. Because if you've got a game, it's got deliveries up to 1900 hours. And if you've got a match on a Tuesday with a 1930 kickoff with HGVs coming in amongst all the crowds on the only road there is, that doesn't seem to work. So I would add the condition and not within 2 hours of match time. The bottom line of this is related to last week, and I know we shouldn't really go back to that, but there is a naivety in 436 places for 4,600 fans that was sillily done last week, but we did that last month. Sorry, Chair might be a Blackpool fan, and that's the number of fans they'll get for the rest of their lives. But Fylde want to get more fans. They want to go upwards. They're more positive. They've got dreams, and they've got a legal agreement which is worth absolutely nothing the next time they get promoted, because they can't be promoted with that number of fans. So therefore, unless this council is rejecting their promotion, we will change that legal agreement. We'd have to. So this takes away any expansion for parking, and that's the problem. But I have to acknowledge it's not material to this application. We've done that one. It's dusted, and Wesham's the worst place for it. So I actually think this, as ugly as it is a good thing for the area, and is a good thing for the location, because it's by the motorway. The traffic's awful. The traffic links aren't going to be great. I will imagine within a year they'll apply for a link directly to the Fleetwood Road, because Coronation Road won't be accessible for all those lorries. But I'm not going to support against it.
Thank you. Councillor Farrington.
Thank you, Chair. In no particular order. The balancing pond on the diagrams, when you had the overhead map, looks rather big in surface area. And what I can't really figure out is how losing that pond and moving it actually works with the number of trees that is being cited as being replaced within the landscaping area. Because quite simply, unless you plant the trees in the pond, you can't actually do both. So it just doesn't stack up for me looking at that visually, that the two are possible. So have I missed something there, please, Chair, in terms of where the pond goes?
Let's find out by then.
Okay.
I think this is probably myself that may have misled the committee slightly here on this one. The balancing pond is here. So the surface water drainage for the Mill Farm site runs through the balancing pond that's there. There is a body of water here that's just as a consequence of some failed connection somewhere between the site and that pond. Right. That's not the balancing pond. The balancing pond that deals with the main site is to be relocated here through an earlier planning permission.
Right.
So that is the Mill Farm balancing pond. There is a proposal to put a pond in this location of the site to deal with the drainage for this building. So you'd end up with the drainage from this site coming into this pond in part and going into that pond in part, and then connected into the brook, which runs down there, around the back. The brook actually runs down, it goes the other way, runs from west to east, so it comes down here, comes down there and down there. So the ponds are different sizes, but the geographical size is obviously influenced by as well by the depth, because it's the volume of water that it stores and where the outfalls are and things. So there is a drainage report that confirms that all this works, and that's been sent to the relative drainage authorities, and none of them have raised any issues with it. But the misleading thing could be that when we went on site, we saw ducks swimming on this body of water here, and that's not the balancing pond. The balancing pond is underneath this overgrown vegetation that I didn't dare go too near on my visit.
Thank you. Okay, I've a few other points. Again, no particular order. Just a few years ago, I noticed about planning law and disputes in relation to neighbourhood disputes where people planted trees they grew excessively and caused shadow and put neighbours' gardens into darkness. Now, I know when we're talking about the Richard Nolte and Linda Nolte, who spoke very well earlier, that this is just one property. But I do wonder about where the rights of individuals sit in planning law, because although this is only one property, this building is going to have a devastating effect on the land. It's clear if you put the garden into shadow and it's a small holding, you actually wreck that small holding, and also you know, the quality of their life is decimated. You know, they can't sit out there without and enjoy the same views. So although, you know, there is this argument of the greater good, etc., but I do wonder where the rights of an individual that has owned a property for many years and has, you know, through no fault of their own, somebody decides they need for their business purposes to relocate, whether that has a bearing as well in planning law. Do you mind me asking? Yes, thank you.
Fine. Okay. In terms of the layout of that property, I'll keep this image on the screen. Again, it's not of caution because it's freehand drawn, but the trees do provide a good positioner for the extent of the building. The dwelling that the Noltes occupy is here, and then they have a garage and an outbuilding and a lounge that comes to this point. There are trees already on this boundary, as you can see. So in terms of the position of the building to the property, I think there's a decent separation there in terms of that relationship. The building will be more of an influence when they are sat in the sun lounge parts of the outbuilding and picnic table at the bottom of the garden element. But there isn't any overlap between the building and that garden, and there is already this slightly enclosed arrangement. If I flick back through all my pictures, you've got this slightly enclosed arrangement. This is from this element of the building here, is this corner here. So that water butts that water butt. So you can see, looking down the garden, there already is an enclosed aspect on that side. Clearly, this is in winter, as you see the leaves are off the trees. So clearly there are some evergreen trees that will offer year-round filtering of views of that building. So that's why that's how I've kind of looked at that relationship, if that helps. As you get further down the land holding, kind of beyond where this picnic table is here, the impact of the building will be more pronounced because the garden rises up, the boundary is less vegetated, so there will be more of an influence at that point. But that is not the residential amenity, it's more the area that there is potential for agricultural or horticultural uses that Mr. Nulty explained earlier.
Okay, a couple more points. One's linked. I agreed with Councillor Evans' well put comment earlier that this is a pivotal point in where you actually decide whether this is a sports village or not. And so the question that comes to mind from that is, are there any legal covenants or requirements on the land for building purposes to be related to sport from the original agreement made with the landowner?
The mill farm allocation is set out in the local plan, so it's not a legal agreement as such. It's a local plan designation, and it's policy SL3, which sets out development in the strategic location of Kirkham and Wesham as a whole, which I'm just trying to get to. Yeah. So that allocates, SL4, that allocates the mill farm allocation for employment use of 1.1 hectares, no dwellings, and that's all it goes. So it doesn't specifically say, it specifically says it's not for residential use. And we've had a residential application on this very site, which was withdrawn following officer insistence that it wouldn't be supported at committee.
Okay, so the sports village tag is a bit of a misnomer, a bit misleading, really.
Yeah, there isn't anything that says this has to be used for sporting facilities.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that's clear.
If you could forgive me for a moment, I think others might be wanting to ask this question related to this thread that we're exploring at the moment. I mean, mixed use means mixed use, does it? And therefore, I mean, there is another factory, isn't there? Just, Trelanco is there to establish that mixed use. But I think your question was, well, what's the balance in terms of use within that? That's what I'm...
Yeah, absolutely that. So particularly at that end seems to be a number of sports complexes.
Well, that's perhaps the second half of the question. The second half of the answer. Policy GD6 relates to promoting mixed-use development, and it says it applies on strategic development sites which are listed and include this site. And it says that in those areas where the scale and character of uses is such that no single land use predominates, residential, retailing, business, health, community, educational facilities, recreation, sport, open space and industrial uses may all be represented. So on a site that's a strategic location that doesn't have a particular designation for other purposes, you can put that range of mixed use sites in there. I think Mark's trying to indicate something to me here to add on to that. Yeah.
So just to add on to that, in terms of the justification for the policy SL4, there is also reference to Mill Farm Sports Village, and it refers to the fact that it's a mixed use for employment, leisure and retail uses situated at Mill Farm. It sets out what was there previously in terms of woodland that used to be there, etc., and the planning permission for the stadium. So in terms of that part of the policy, what it's saying is it's in a good location for economic development that underpin the economy of the local area, but for mixed development, sort of jobs close to the M55, Junction 3, relatively close to Kirkham and Western Railway Station. So the mixture of uses was very much at the heart of its allocation in the local plan. As opposed to sort of being any particular, the employment will not go above a particular level. There are indications in the policy about 1.1 hectares of employment land on that site, but that's, let's say, those are indicative as to what we are thinking that area would have brought forward for employment over that time. So if it is exceeded, that is also the good going forward in terms of the overall employment picture across the borough.
Okay, and then just finally, and sorry, there's been a few points. Page 85, it looks clear to me that the Lancashire Highways are recommending refusal. Now, it's ironic maybe that earlier this morning, Councillor Armitt asked a specific question whether we are actually following the Lancashire County Council's recommendations based on, conflicting reports and sort of direction I feel we've had in recent meetings. So given this, the fact that it was clearly stated that there's been no substantive change to our policy and that we do listen to them and we are following their recommendations, I do find it quite strange that there's quite a strongly worded section there recommending refusal, but that doesn't seem to have been given too much weight in the presentation. I just wondered what comments, Chair. Thank you.
No, very, very perceptive.
I think the key point on that is the timing of it, in that those comments were put forward at a time where the Mill Farm football stadium parking issue was still very much on the table, and the comments that the Highway Authority make are very much focused on their views over that and the loss of this area for the potential for overspill parking, rather than the trip generations from this use, its parking layout, the geometry of the access, all those things, and that you might expect to be considered by a Highway Authority, and not given any comment in their comments. It's with that in mind that when we got the latest plans in early March, put them back to the Highway Authority, and they responded to that on Friday last week with a request for updated traffic counts. Those counts were provided the next day, and I've not had any further comments from them on it. So I think it's not that we are dismissing the Highway Authority because we don't want to listen to what they're saying. I think it's more that their views are no longer relevant. The views that they make aren't necessarily relevant to the current circumstances at the site. And so that's why we've had to make our own assessment of it.
Well, just to wrap up on that one, and directly connected.
I have got you down, Councillor Collins, later on.
Sorry. I think this will follow on, actually. But I'm not doing a Mystic Kell on this, but we've got Fleetwood going down into League Two and Morecambe there. You've got Fylde have survived and now sitting pretty in mid-table. We could only be a season away from local derbies and 6,000 capacities, and I do not believe that Fylde AFC would turn down a prospect of a full house and a banging local derby. And I just do wonder, and I know you said that's sorted, that's done and dusted at the last meeting, but I can't see how the two items can be separated personally, and I'll just leave that there because I think Councillor Collins probably will pick up on some of those themes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Settle.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll keep my comments very short. Thank you. Councillor Emmett's largely covered my comments. It is a very large building, I accept that. Having said that, it's quite a long distance from Fleetwood Road, and there's a good landscaping plan there. So in the fullness of time with the mature trees, probably only be able to see the very tops of the building. I agree also with Councillor Emmett. We should have a more ambitious tree planting scheme to add to the cover. And there are very large economic benefits from having a very successful company in our midst, and I think we should be encouraging them. So I will be supporting the application. Thank you.
Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know where to start. There's so much wrong with this, it's unbelievable. But looking at the car parking, the car parking just for the HTL building, yeah, fair enough. It's adequate for that particular part of Mill Farm, but it's taking away the 400 place overspill car park that was anticipated. Now, just because we've signed a unilateral undertaking limiting the capacity to the available car parking, which is fair enough if you've got the right figure in for the available car parking, which I don't believe we've got here. But it's as if just by signing that piece of paper, overnight, magically, the car parking issues have disappeared, the road safety issues have disappeared. They haven't, because you've set the figure at 4,360. Now, the game against Oldham, the capacity was 2,500. You've set the capacity of the stadium at double the problem at which we had problems last October. It's at double when you couldn't get past, get through the roundabout. There's cars going onto Mill Farm, coming off Mill Farm. There was cars parking in front of the fire station. There was absolute gridlock. If you're going to limit the capacity, you've got to limit it to the available car parking. Now, these figures, as a previous chairman used to say, they're Alice in Wonderland. If you look at the car parks that are available, there's the 3G. Well, this committee, this council put a condition on that car park when planning permission was granted in February, I think 2016, that if you were going to use that car park for the football stadium, you couldn't have any use of those pitches between 1 hour before kick-off and 2 hours afterwards. So it was from 2 p.m. till 7 p.m. So if you're going to count any of the 3G car parking in the available car parking, you've got to stop all use of those pitches on a Saturday afternoon. That doesn't happen. That never happens. So 3G isn't available. The East car park, that's for officials, matchday officials, stewards, that's not available. That leaves the North, the Trilenco and the South car parks. To my reckoning, that's 3,060. That's still at 500 more than when we had the real problems against the Oldham game. Now, we have a duty as councillors to our ward members, but we've got a wider duty to all residents of the Fylde. Yeah, we've all got a duty to the residents of Weston, yeah, who are impacted so badly by this development. I just find it, I feel like we've been taken for mugs. The applicants had 10 years to come up with a traffic management plan and a car parking management strategy. He still hasn't come up with one. We keep being told, oh, it's coming, we've got this undertaking in the way. That's adequate. It's not adequate. We're at the officer say this car park is no longer needed. It is needed. We've heard the officer say that the Lancashire County Council, no real comments on this. But the comments they put forward last year, the very last one, it says AFC Fylde needs to provide adequate parking for the full development before further development takes place. And I sincerely believe that's the case. The car parking that's there is inadequate. The need to address the car parking management strategy, they need to come to this committee with documents that's going to identify where the car parking is going to be. They're going to be adequate for the whole site before we move forward with any further development on that site. When we had the site visit, we were told by Mr. Stell that yes, there's a road coming in, there was further development planned on there. Well, once the site's built on, where's the car park going to go? It's all going to be built on. We've been taken for mugs. I feel we've been taken for mugs by the applicant and by some of the comments from the officers as well. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, obviously, a lot of what's being talked about there is a decision that was made by this committee previously. The committee has agreed, whether you agree with it or not, the committee has approved a scheme which seeks to restrict the capacity of the ground in relation to the amount of car parking that's available. So that's a decision that's been made.
Yeah, available. Sorry, Chair. It's available car parking. That's a significant word. And there's car parking there that isn't available, that's been included. There's still problems. The problems haven't been magically addressed.
My understanding was that if you have a legal agreement, that gives you the enforcement possibility of actually doing something about the very problems that you've been highlighting. Well, yeah, so I'll hand back.
So we have a legal agreement in place that will address this issue. It might not solve the issue, but that's the issue there. If it's in line with that capacity set out in the car parking, that is the issue. People may not choose to park on that area, but that is the decision that has been made. But I think the more important point here is that a number of times it seems to be referenced that this applicant is the same as that applicant, and it's not. This application has been submitted by somebody completely different to the football club. So the football club issues did have an impact because that area that we're currently considering for this development was shown as over for car parking. That isn't, let's say, the decision that was made last time round has basically taken that out of that equation. So the issue that we need to determine now is this application suitable for this site? Is the development suitable for this site, having regard to its size, its potential impact on the highways? The fact that the stadium might cause problems is not, I would say, material to consideration this application. Whether the combination of the stadium and this development is a problem, that is a consideration. But we do seem to be concentrating a lot here on the lack of parking for a stadium, which is a development site next door to what we're considering now.
And I think that's an important point. I'm going to move on, if that's okay, Councillor Collins, because those points have been answered. Councillor Dixon, please.
Look, I mean, we've talked about this as being a countryside site and everything, but let's not forget we've already got plans passed to put a car park on it. That's not countryside. It's not a very particularly attractive part of the area. And if you have a look of that little part, and if you have a look 30 metres to the north, what will you find? Another manufacturing plant that's been there for years and years and years to the north of the site. So I think this is probably a good scheme for us. It does make me worry when I hear people saying we don't want jobs in this area. Of course we want jobs in this area. And it makes me worry as well when people say we don't want low paid jobs, we want all jobs. And who knows what the future will bring. So I do see the downside to a lot of parts of this. I do see it as being very big. I don't like seeing us losing trees like that. But on the balance, I'm going to go with supporting this application, Chair.
I think at this stage we ought to adjourn because we have had a proposal for refusal. And I think we need to take Councillor Ledger and Councillor Collins out and look at reasons for refusal. We'll come back and we'll have a vote on that, and then we'll see where we are and whether anybody alternatively is in a position to propose approval. But we'll deal with this one first. Just very quickly.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. I just wanted to ask a very, very quick question.
Yes.
I understand obviously the applicant is different to other applications on the site, but the owner of the land is still the same, and presumably they'd still benefit from leasing financially. There'd still be some financial benefit to the entire owner of the land.
Our understanding is that the land has been sold to the applicant. Yeah.
Okay. Right, thank you for your patience. And Mark, I think, is going to read out the agreed reasons for refusal, and then we'll go to the vote and we'll see where we are after that. Tell him he's holding up proceedings. Okay, now we can begin.
Right, this is a bit wordy, but it's I'll read it as best I can, and it's a single reason for refusal, although it's like the last one, but it's divided into a number of subsections. So the application relates to the erection of a substantial employment building on a site that is partly designated for employment and mixed-use purposes under policies SL3 and EC1, and partly designated as countryside under policy GD4 of the filed local plan to 2023, incorporating partial review. The proposal will bring economic benefits through the direct and indirect economic expenditure during the construction and operation of the building and through the employment it offers. It will also deliver an employment use on a site that is allocated for that purpose. However, these benefits are not considered to outweigh the harms that arise from the development. In particular, these are individually and collectively in relation to 1. The excessive scale and functional design of the building, which will lead to a harmful impact on the character of the area as it transitions in the edge of the settlement of Westham. 2. The siting of the parking areas, servicing yard and other peripheral elements of the built development on land that is designated as countryside to the south and east of the building. 3. The loss of a belt of pine trees and other trees protected by Tree Preservation Order 22/1. 4. The harmful impacts on the amenity that can be expected in the dwelling and garden areas of Demingfield to the immediate north of the site by virtue of the scale and massing of the building immediately adjacent to the boundary of the site with that property. And 5. The loss of wildlife habitat, particularly within the trees on site that are to be lost. Accordingly, the proposal fails to deliver an appropriately sustainable form of development and is in conflict with the requirements of policies GD4, GD7, EMV1 and EMV2 of the filed local plan to 2032, incorporating partial review, and the provisions of chapters 12 and 15 of the National Planning Policy Framework. Thank you, Chair. Sorry?
Before we move, can you just amend SL3 to SL4?
Sorry, yes, indeed.
So if we move to vote, all those in favour of the refusal, please indicate. 1, 2, 3. All those against, please indicate.
Well, that's 8.
8. That falls.
Maybe an abstention, Chairman, can we?
And then one abstention. Thank you.
Chair, I did ask for two conditions to be changed on approval if we went down that way.
You did. Could you repeat them?
Sure. The condition 22.
Or have we got note of those?
Condition 22 on page 133 on delivery hours was to state and not within 2 hours of match time. And also it's at the moment it doesn't state any days. I don't know if that means you're allowing 7-day delivery.
Sorry, councillor.
Page 133 on my list, but online, and it's condition 22.
Can I suggest that condition 22 is reworded to require the submission of a scheme requiring details of suitable deliveries to be submitted and agreed. Sorry, a scheme of timing of suitable deliveries to be submitted, agreed, taking account of AFC files match day traffic.
Yeah.
Rather than stipulate a particular time around them. I think
Yeah.
that would be an easier way to deal with the logistics of a business that obviously has a significant number of vehicle movements.
I'm happy to work with your judgment. It's just that one coronation when you've got a match going on with lorries up and down would not be sensible. And it's only once every other week.
The other question that you raised was about landscaping, wasn't it, Councillor?
It was. It states that we're removing 140 pines and 3 deciduous tree areas and replacing them with 113 trees and 9 conifers. I just want to at least match or exceed the removal with replacements. So to review quantities and distribution of tree replacement to exceed what is removed.
Yeah, on that point, condition 18 specifically says implement specifically implement the submitted landscaping details.
But they're submitted as less. They're submitted as the numbers I'm reading out here, which are less than we're removing.
Would the solution be to revise that condition to require the submission of a revised landscaping scheme that delivered an enhancement in the quality and quantity of landscaping?
Correct. Yeah, happy with that. Thank you. That's all. Thanks, Chair.
Right, subject to those to those condition revisions. All those in favour?
Chairman, before we move to the vote,
Sorry, have you got somebody
Evans
there?
and Councillor Griffiths have both indicated.
Right, Councillor Evans.
Sorry, Chair, it's only a quick point. I just want to know if there's any way at all that we could put anything in writing to the applicant regarding whether or not we can bring forward this new road access to the site. I know it's not exactly part of this, Andrew, but can we give us a steer on that? I think it's going to be needed.
I think the point that was made earlier by Mr Evans here was that this applicant doesn't control the land around the site. So it wouldn't be possible for us to insist on he does something on land he doesn't own.
And Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering, usually there's a fine of up to £20,000 for cutting down TPO trees. Will that be applied and who will be paying it?
There is an offence to willfully damage or destroy a protected tree, and that is prosecutable through the Magistrates' Court, and there is ultimately a fine payable. That's for doing it without consent. So the way that the tree protection legislation works is that if you can make an application to remove trees from the council, but a planning permission supersedes the tree protection legislation. So if you grant planning permission that inherently removes trees, that takes away the breach of tree protection legislation.
Right, are we content to progress?
Through the Chair, can I ask then, will you have to get a licence from the Forestry Commission to remove all these trees?
So depending on the amount of timber to be removed, would we need that would depend on the need for a felling license from the Forestry Commission. So that's a separate piece of legislation where the developer would have to deal with the Forestry Commission in regard to that.
Yep, thank you.
And finally, councillor Ledger, I'll let you back in. I know you wanted to.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate everyone wants to get to the vote on this. I don't know if I've missed my opportunity if we're discussing this, but could we consider it a small, reasonable condition that the large building is at least painted green or something that is in keeping with the environment rather than in sharp contrast to the environment? Would that be unreasonable?
In regards to the first part of your question, yes, because the vote's been taken. However, it may well be that one of the conditions.
Yeah, condition 3 at the top. Condition 3 at the top of page 128 requires that details of the materials are submitted prior to their use. So whilst the indicative plans indicate the images I've shown you on the screen, that's not set in stone because they would need to prove those details to us. Now, whether a green building of this scale is necessarily the right solution, because that's obviously a dark colour that stands out against the generally lighter colours of the sky. And that's why typically large buildings are typically grey or white colours. But I think that condition allows that matter to be given further thought further down the line.
Yeah, just to add to that, I came to work via the Edith Rigby Road the other day. You come past Westinghouse building. It's a big building, but it's in grey and it was against a grey sky. I think darker colours are quite useful where you're in hilly locations where you're viewing the buildings against a hillside, a green hillside potentially. So sometimes, and you'll see a lot of schemes, they're sort of like graduating colours, go from a darker colour at the bottom to a lighter colour at the top. Like I said, the exact detail is to be agreed, yeah.
Okay, subject to those revisions and requests, etc. All those in favour of the application, please indicate. All those against? And one abstain. You're voting against, yes, but one abstain. Recorded as voting against. And one abstention. All right, thank you. Thank you, members. I'm sorry that we will break for lunch now, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. 2, 3, back here, half an hour for lunch. Been a long session. Right, thank you, members. Members of the public as well, thank you again. The day started at 9:30 for us, so we've just literally had half an hour for lunch. So that was our first break. So glad that members of the public can be with us. This is item 4 that we're now duly considering. The officer will do a short presentation for this particular item, after which we will introduce, I think there are 2 speakers, and I think both of these speakers will be given 3 minutes, but the Vice Chair will deal with you appropriately. So whenever we're ready.
We're ready. All ready.
Yes. If you're sitting, then we'll begin.
Right, this application relates to property number 64, Lytham Road in Freckleton. So the screen in front of you, I've not got my pointer on again. We've only had half an hour. Familiar with the area, you've got Freckleton Bypass coming through here, Wesham, Wharton, BAE, and then this property on Lytham Road, which is the kind of the old road that runs through the middle of the village. It's currently trades as a convenience store, Nisa convenience store, and the application here is to add a first floor over that premises, which is to be for additional office accommodation for the associated with the operation of the ground floor shop. Members will recall that we had a meeting, a consideration of an application 12 months ago, which was for essentially the same built development, but the proposal at that point was understood to be for a separate office, so would not be related to the operation of the ground floor shop. And committee refused that application on the basis of concerns over parking in the area from bringing an additional use into the location. This application is submitted as though the office is to support the occupation and trading of the ground floor premises. So that's a different thing in terms of parking arrangements. So that's the background to it. So it's in the middle of Wharton, as I said. Lytham Road runs here. Freckleton, thank you. It's in the middle of Freckleton. Lytham Road runs through here off to Wharton in that direction. You've got mainly residential properties around it, although there is this building to the west, which is a series of small retail type units as a bar, carpet shop, pizza shop, that kind of thing. And then the property itself looks like that, top left. So it's, as you see, it's trading as a convenience store. There's an access down here, which leads to parking areas at the rear, and an access at the other side before that neighbouring residential dwelling that allows an exit or a second access point to that rear yard area. And the proposal is effectively to, what you've got there is to mirror it on the left-hand side of the building. This is the other side of the road, so you can see it's an area with semi-detached terraced properties, predominantly terraced, and that creates some concerns over parking, which led to the committees refusing it last time, and has led to the parish council raising objection to this application. You can see there's other complications. There's a pedestrian crossing, there's a bus route down there, so there is elements of congestion in the street there. These are the plans. So it's this area here, so you can see comparing it to the first floor, we're just adding something on that, or the proposal is to add something on that's very similar to what's alongside it, and that's where we are.
Thank you, Andrew, and over to Vice Chair regarding the speakers.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Thank you, Chairman. We have two speakers on this. We have, first of all, I'd ask Councillor Keith Mackay, who is the parish councillor, if you'd care to come up and speak. As is protocol with these things, we'll have three minutes, please. If you're approaching that, I'll give you a sort of 15-second warning, and at that point you can summarise.
I hope I should take nothing like that.
In your hand.
Okay, thank you. So, Freckleton Parish Council, as recorded by the planning officers, do object to this proposed development. The key objection is the one of parking, and that remains so, and that's despite the assertions received from LCC Highways. Currently, the parking available has 9 spaces. 2 are currently disabled, and 2 or 3 are used by shop staff, which then leaves the remainder free. Current floor area is 270 square metres, and that's commensurate with the 9 parking spaces. Parking in front of the premises is prevented by pedestrian crossings and the double yellow lines. However, this does not prevent illegal parking, and that does cause obstruction. The CCTV coverage that's available confirms that most of the shop users that are using their cars to travel there, mostly from the village extremities. There tends to be some which is local footfall, but a lot of it is from the village extremities. The space behind the shops, the other shops, is not available for parking in this because they're privately owned, and there are separate parking issues in that area. The matter's been reviewed frequently with parish council meetings, and it comes up regularly as an issue reported to our LCC councillor. That's Councillor Paul Rigby. Lancashire have confirmed that no further action is possible regarding the road signage and the parking restrictions on the road because there's nothing more that can be done. And the police have said that they will not be taking action. So we're left in a situation where we've effectively got a bottleneck and almost uncontrolled parking. So this over-intensification of the development, which adds another 220 square metres to the floor area, basically would mean the parking wouldn't be compliant. I don't think it would then be compliant with the advice that you provide in your standards for parking on relating to floor area. So for that reason, I think we would suggest we're still against the company. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I'd now like to call the agent for this, Mohammed Hamza. Mr. Hamza, if you come forward, please. Microphone's ready for you when you are.
Thank you.
3 minutes of your own time. I'll give you a gentle reminder if you're 15 seconds short.
No problem, thank you. Yeah, so I wouldn't take much time. Basically, based upon the objection raised with the parking, previously, like Andrew explained, it was considered as a separate office space, which definitely isn't the case. It's just the current business wants to grow, wants to create better facilities for the staff, and it's the business itself is quite, substantial in the area, which has a very loyal customer base. So they just want to grow their business and, provide better storage facilities for the business at the back of house, hence taking the, the CCTV, the security, all that kind of stuff upstairs. In terms of the development, like if you can see on the thingy, half of it is already there, the first floor, we're just mirroring that, so we're not, using significant amount of space, and we're not creating a massive, significant development in terms of height and overall. In terms of the parking itself, the parking on the road at the front, there's zigzags, traffic lights, and yellow crossing. So legally, no one is allowed to park there. In terms of the parking at the rear, the parking is used by the staff, which maximum is usually one member of staff that uses, the car parking space. To which we are proposing to basically introduce a better transport, as it has good access via, the bus routes and cycling, and most of the staff are locally based anyways. And because it's a convenience store, there isn't requirement of long-term parking. So the parking at the, at the back is very short-term, just for the customers to, park up and use the the shop and leave. It's not in terms of a development where it will have a significant long-term parking. Same at the front. If someone does park at the front, I believe obviously it doesn't comply with the the legality, but I believe they would only park because there is a cash machine. So by the looks of it, that would be short-term as well. So I wouldn't consider that as a on-street parking for the business. Whatever it is based on short-term. I mean, if that does create a cause, a significant issue, we can have a look at that and we can work with the highways to see what other principles or what other strategies we can use to, alleviate that. In terms of the businesses on the left-hand side, there are roughly 6 commercial units. In total, they have 20 car parks, so that's 3. Yeah, that's 3 per business, and compared to them, we have in total of 9. So we do have significant more parking spaces, compared to the businesses in the area. So I do believe the parking issue shouldn't, be taken that seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the speakers for this. So back to you, Chairman.
So we're going to hand again over to Andrew, who's going to continue with the presentation.
Thanks, Chairman. Oh, no, I'm not. Yes, I am. Okay, so this is a couple more pictures just to show the arrangement. So as was said earlier, looking straight on at the store, top left-hand picture, you can see you've got this partial first floor over the building already, and then you've got a flat-roofed single-story element here. So the intention is to replicate that over the full depth and full width of the building, to provide additional office accommodation for the ground floor business. That's currently providing their managers' facilities and rest facilities and what have you at the rear of the store. The idea is to move some of that upstairs to firstly improve that facility, but also to perhaps allow better stock management. And then there's an internal bin store being provided, there's an internal cycle store being provided, that kind of thing. So I've showed you the properties opposite. This is a property to the side, so you can see this is a two-storey dwelling, and they've got a back door arrangement here and a secondary window into that side there. But they're unaffected by the development because it's on the other side. Which I should have shown the pictures the other way, but on this side, you've got this single-storey row of commercial units that are on that side, with obviously their own access width between. These are some pictures that show the parking area to the rear. So this is the back of the building, the application building. So you can see you've got this first floor over the one half of it and a flat roof at the other. And then there's a quite dark picture here that shows the car parking spaces to the building, which are set out along the rear boundary with residential neighbours beyond. So this is the existing plans. So this is the ground floor, retail access and some servicing facilities at the back, and then a storage area at first floor. The proposal is to retain the trading area the same, but rearrange, rejig some of the accommodation at the back, and then bring accommodation into the first floor for office accommodation. As has been explained by the second speaker, this is accommodation associated with the operation of the business rather than as we understood it when we dealt with the application 12 months ago, for bringing in a second business into the site. So this is all associated with the ground floor premises, and there's a condition on the agenda papers to require not only that it's related to the ground floor, but also that the units aren't subdivided at a later stage, because that in itself could create challenges over car parking if you are subdividing a larger unit into two smaller ones. So just to summarise things and pull things together, the planning policy is in the settlement, so that's an area where development's generally supported. In terms of the history, the application last year, the scheme's physically the same, virtually the same, other than a few very, very minor changes. But we have had two other changes. One is we've now got an SPD, which we didn't have this time last year. That's set to parking standards, which this scheme doesn't meet, but it's not, because it's not increasing the use, it's not intensifying the use, it's just enhancing the existing use. It's not of a nature that's going to bring a conflict with that SPD, because the customer trading area remains the same. And secondly, the use, as I've just explained, the use is now was understood to be independent, and is now, it's been explained in the submission that it is clearly for the ground floor occupier. So dealing with the parking issue, it's an accessible location. This scheme is only making a better use of the building for the existing business, and subject to the conditions, that's felt to be an acceptable arrangement. The design is as it was. It doesn't add any harmful features to it. In fact, it probably helps by giving a coordinated appearance to the building, with the two halves having the same designed roof to them. There's no impact on neighbours. There are some windows introduced, and those are conditioned in the agenda papers to be obscurely glazed. With it being a terraced arrangement, there are some sort of proximity issues with across the street, Lytham Road, but the separation, the limited scale of the extension, and then the obscure glazing condition addresses that issues. So with that, the conditions are all fairly standard. There's nothing unusual other than highlighting the points that I've raised. And so the recommendation is to grant planning permission, Chairman.
Councillor Griffiths.
This is pretty much the same as what we had last time. I don't understand why a 2 to 3 man convenience shop would want all that upstairs. For who? I know the man who runs downstairs, who has the lease on and contract on the convenience store, and he tells me that this is nothing to do with him, the upstairs. If you look on the land registry, he only has the shop and the car park. So I'm a little bit not sure why we're doing all the singing or dancing upstairs. So would that condition then stop an office being opened up there like what was wanted the first time? That's my question.
Yep, good question.
Yes, that's the intention. I mean, that's the key difference between how I understand the scheme now and how it's presented compared to how I understood it when I sat here last April presenting it. And that's why condition 5 at the bottom of page 147 says that there shall be no subdivision of the first floor accommodation or any separation of that area from use as ancillary accommodation for the ground floor. So that condition deals with tying the ground floor to the first floor in terms of the use.
So the shopkeeper at the moment, who only has the ground floor, he will be expected to take over the first floor, will he?
Well, I don't know the lease, for you, Chairman, I don't know the lease arrangements between the two, but that planning condition, and that's what we're dealing with, is the land use planning issue. That limits the use of any first floor that's constructed under this planning permission to being ancillary to the trading of the ground floor retail unit.
Okay, thank you.
You don't look totally convinced, but I think, okay. Councillor Collins.
Well, yeah, just following on from the answer given to the last question, if it is going to be used separately, as it was, as it came before committee 12 months ago, and it ends up with a different user upstairs to downstairs. I mean, if the guy from downstairs just leases the downstairs, nothing's upstairs to do with him. He's no intention of going up there. If the work goes ahead and we find that there is a different business upstairs, that would have to be dealt with by a planning application. Now, if that planning application came in, presumably the new guidance on car parking will kick in, and that'd be reason for refusal. I'm asking a question.
All right.
I'm just anticipating what's going to happen next.
Yeah, I know where you're going. Yeah, okay.
Yes, Chairman, I think I can follow the logic here that I think Councillor Collins' query is that if this scheme is built and then there is a separate independent occupation of the first floor, they could apply for planning permission to occupy it independently, or they could apply to remove the condition that I've just explained to Councillor Griffiths that's linked the two together. When we were assessing that application, we'd be looking at the parking standards, we'd be looking at the planning history, because that's a material consideration, and that planning history, from our understanding from 12 months back, was that the first floor accommodation was not something that could be supported on that site or independent first floor accommodation couldn't be supported on that site due to the parking levels that were available and the highway conditions around, with the very limited on-street parking that's available. So that would create a sort of a context for determining any application of that nature, or setting the context for determining enforcement if there wasn't an application and it was just to happen.
Are there any other questions?
We've got Councillor Evans. And
All right,
Councillor
sorry,
Farrington.
Councillor Evans, yes, and then Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. So, Andrew, what in the hypothetical situation that neither of those two things happen and the owner of the building makes the alterations, which aesthetically would improve the site, but then you don't apply for a change of use or a separate use, and they just go ahead and set an office up in there. What recourse has the planning department got, and who would actually implement enforcement of the rules, the planning application, if you're unaware of it or we are unaware of it?
Well, if it was brought to our attention, we would investigate the circumstances. The condition is there to give us the control over that scenario arising. And if it were to arise, then the planning team have enforcement powers and the council has enforcement powers to require that office area wasn't being used independently and was being used in accordance with the requirements of the condition that I explained to Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you very much. Well, on that basis, I'm happy to support it if it improves the look of the building and ties the thing together. And we've got those checks and balances in place, then I don't see really, especially on the basis of the fact that there is actually more car parking with this site than there is with the units next door. You'd expect them to have a level playing field. So the checks and balances that you've indicated and Councillor Collins had asked for, I think I'm happy to support this application.
Are you moving approval?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll come to Councillor Farrington and then we'll see if you've got a second. Okay. Councillor Farrington.
Yeah, I thought this was straightforward. The plans look to give symmetry, definitely improves the look of the building rather than the flat aspect. But if what's been reported by previous speakers proves to be true, then I think why are we even entertaining kicking the can down the road to have a battle with somebody who's actually being dishonest? This looks like subterfuge because the application suggests that it's an extension to a pre-existing business to run that business and store goods for that business, and I can fully understand that. But when if what has been reported today is accurate, then the businesses are completely unrelated. So this is a disguise to get through something that was kicked back a year ago. So let's deal with it here and now and today, please.
I'm going to bring legal advice in here. Ian, thank you.
Yes, Chairman, just to remind members that the duty of the Planning Committee is to decide an application on the basis of the application as submitted. The supposed character or motivations or anything to do with the applicant are not planning matters which can be taken into consideration. And you are certainly not, would not be well advised to approach a planning application on the basis that the applicant will not comply with conditions placed upon it.
Andrew, and then I'll.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, as Ian says, we're looking at the scheme, and I've put a paragraph, the second paragraph down on page 144. I've included an element from the submission which says our client wishes to utilise the space on the first floor to create additional storage space and office space for the staff members. The office space will allow the manager and supervisor to manage their duties as well as providing kitchen and staff room facilities. So it's really rather than it being the way we understood it last year, where the committee refused it. So we would have been looking to follow that approach. Sorry, if this was any other place but a council office, if I was sat here in my last business dealing with clients and interaction and contracts between clients, we wouldn't be entertaining this. If you think somebody's clearly lied
and you say, well, basically that's acceptable, but it's got nothing to do with this actual discussion because we'll deal with it later. That's got no integrity that's got no integrity. I cannot believe that we are entertaining somebody who has potentially.
Chairman, if I can just cut across Councillor Farrington, I know it's bad form to do so, but I just need to
emphasise something.
To remind members that although you do have qualified privilege when speaking in a council meeting, you do not enjoy absolute privilege like members of Parliament enjoy in Parliament. So it would be possible in the right circumstances for an individual whose character had been maligned to take legal action against a councillor who had so maligned that character. So I think I do need to warn members, you do not have absolute privilege like MPs do in Parliament.
All right. Well, I'd use the word potentially and as reported. I think what I would suggest is that there needs to be more investigation in terms of the validity of the application before we even discuss it. Just to, it might be credible, and hopefully it is, but there is a reported conversation with the main protagonist who actually runs the lease, who again reportedly is contradicting the basis of this application. So I cannot understand how we can take this application forward without substantiating whether that is a credible report or not.
Andrew?
If it helps, and through you to the officers as well, if a change of use for this from what has been proposed today was asked for, would it have to come back to us? Yeah, so we're voting what's in front of us today, and if it's another thing was used for after enforcement, it would have to come back to us.
Councillor Collins, I think, wanted to come in, didn't he? Councillor Nixon first, sorry, and then you.
Thank you, Chair. Could we just go back to the picture where it shows the frontage, where you've got access to the car parking arrangements at the back? Yeah, which, is it one way in, one way out on this, or can you access it from either way?
You can access it from either way. There's no, like on next door, there's an indication with an arrow. There isn't any arrows on this.
Do you not think, well, I personally think it would be advisable to direct traffic in and out, because if you've got limited space and you've got two cars coming up against one another, you've got people wanting to go one way when somebody is coming in, they don't look very wide path. It doesn't look like you could pass. One may have to reverse back out onto the road. One may, would it be, could we put that in a condition that it has to have like a one-way in and out parking arrangement?
Yeah, with this being private land, there's no enforceability to a signage scheme of that nature.
Right.
But it wouldn't be unreasonable, it would be reasonable to impose a condition that required details of signage or road markings in the way that you can see on the property next door. So that could be an additional condition to try and improve the management and the attractiveness of the rear car parking and try and address some of the points that Mr Mackay made in his presentation about the informal use of that car parking forecourt, if you will,
Okay.
forecourt rather than car park.
Thank you.
Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. Just wondering if it would be possible to check who the applicant is for this upstairs extension. Is it the leaseholder of the shopping? Could the terms of the lease, the owner of the lease, be checked at Land Registry? What I'm thinking is further down the line, if it does go ahead and it does get built, yes, it can be enforced, but would it be expedient to do so? Or would they just be allowed to operate as
You've asked the question.
another business upstairs when it was turned down 12 months ago?
Okay, you've asked the question. Oh,
I
are you
suspect-
answering it?
I'm
Okay.
going to attempt to. I suspect it may be irrelevant, Councillor Collins, because in planning law, there's nothing to stop me applying to build an extension on your house.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah, with, well, the applicant's details are on the agenda papers, so that's a Mr. Shaf Khan has given us the applicant on the application form. As part of the application form, there's also a requirement to confirm whether the applicant, in this case Mr. Khan, is the owner of the land or whether he isn't. And Mr. Evans is about to give me the answer, which is, I'm kind of padding this out a bit longer. Yeah, he's his agent, Mr. Hamza, who we heard from earlier, has signed this declaration to say that Mr. Khan owns the application site. So I think that's the answer to the question.
Oh, that was Carl.
Yes, Councillor Armitt.
I'll defer to the better knowledge of my Kirkham colleagues, but I lived on 10 Eastway in Kirkham for a couple of years recently, and I've never seen his car park busy. Never. And when you pop up here to get a pint of milk, a piece of bread, you're right, you're in and out. It's a very quick pop-in shop, and I've never not been able to drive in there, park where I want, get in, get out. So if this is all about parking, it's a lot of discussion about something that I've never seen a problem of.
Thank you. Councillor Griffiths, then Councillor Pittman.
Yes, Chair, I just wanted to say, yeah, Mr. Khan does own the building, but Mr. Sandeep actually has the lease and the contract on the ground floor in the car park for the shop. Okay?
That's clarity.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. And Councillor Pittman.
Thank you, Chair. I've used this shop over the years several times, and yes, it has changed hands in the last, well, certainly since COVID. It's now a NISA store. The car parking, I think it's well understood that you go in on the right and you come in on the left. I think they need to tidy it up sometimes. It is a bit untidy, but I can't see any problem with it if they do need extra space for staff, because it's obviously not there on the ground floor. And I would be prepared to second the proposal.
So we have a proposer, that's Councillor Evans, and we have a seconder in Councillor Pittman. So I think we can move to the vote. I thought we could move to the vote.
I was just going to check whether the proposer and seconder were wanting to include as an additional condition of the type that Councillor Nixon mentioned about car parking signage or not.
I would say it's a good idea. It improves the safety, and if it improves road safety, is a good idea. So I'm happy to include that.
I think they're happy with that. So with that additional improvement in terms of guidance, in terms of car parking and the signage, etc., can we ask for you to show whether you can support this? All those in favour? All those against? 2 against. Any abstentions? 1 abstention. Thank you. I think we go to item 2 now. Which is Cropper Road, yes.
And there is a late observation on that, which
Yes.
is on page 1 of the late observation.
And so I'm going to give you a couple of minutes just to have a look at that late obs. Okay, if you've all had a chance to have a look now, I think you have. Item 2, which could be found on page 40, land north of Cropper Road, Westfield, Plumptons, Lancashire. And John Cogstate is here, so thank you, John.
Good afternoon. Yes, so this application relates to land to the west of Cropper Road. Just before we come on to the late observation, so just to make sure that you're all aware that the proposed development is for 350 houses, 4.22 hectares of open space, some equipped areas for play, other associated developments, so roads, cycleways, footpaths, boundaries, etc. and a range of contributions proposed as well. Just the key bits of background is that there was a previous application on the site that was determined in 2018. It had a resolution to grant subject to Section 106 and some other matters being dealt with. That wasn't progressed. A new application was submitted primarily to overcome some matters relating to flood risk and drainage, but also to amend some other details as well. And just for your reference, the application is actually in two parcels. So on this screen here, 220461, that's the application reference. So you can see there are two parcels here, and this is all part of the allocated site. But there are a number of different landowners and applications in for the wider allocated site. And then over the road is a previous housing development that has come forward, and this is another separate allocation. Okay, so yeah, it's just to keep it to the background. So I understand that you've been provided with the late observations and have had an opportunity to look through them. You'll note that there are 6 main matters relating to the update. The first 2 relate to flood risk and something referred to as sequential assessment that has been carried out.
I think at this point, if I'd like to intervene, because I'd like to get some, bearing in mind this is the late odds, I'd like to get some legal advice from Ian, if you don't mind, bring you in.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. You have got the late observation sheet, and that's a 7 and a bit page update, considering 6 separate points. At least 3 of those points are very consequential, and at least 2 of them carry a suggestion that the council may be proposing to act unlawfully from those who are putting forward the points which are reported in the late observation sheet, and that legal action could result from the council's decision. The update was sent to members at 6:15 yesterday. It couldn't have been sent any earlier because it depended on the information that had been received, but it was sent to members at 6:15 p.m. yesterday, so members may not have seen it until this morning. Now, it's a few hours ago now, but when this meeting started 6 hours ago, it was 9:30 in the morning, so members will not have had any realistic opportunity to look at and properly study the late observation sheet. It's unrealistic to expect that members will have had time to take on board the complex issues set out in the late observation sheet and have used that information to inform their understanding of the 34-page report which you have before you into the application, even with the additional couple of minutes given just now. Given that, it's my advice as the council's lawyer that it would be unsafe to take the decision today in circumstances where members haven't had an adequate opportunity to assimilate all of the relevant information. So my recommendation is that the application be deferred until the next meeting or some other meeting, hopefully the next meeting, by which time the officers will have had the opportunity to consider fully the matters considered and covered in the late observation sheet, to obtain any appropriate advice on them, and members will have had time to digest the late observations material and any such officer advice. So my advice to you is that the safest course of action will be to defer this application until a future meeting. Thank you, Chairman.
And with your permission, I'd like to propose that from the chair, and
I'm happy to second
the vice chair will support that. It is really important that this is not prematurely judged, and that we have proper time for consideration of some of these significant issues. So all those in favour of deferring, please indicate. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Frustrating, but it's absolutely necessary. Item 1.
Members of the committee, there are no reserved matters on this one, so as soon as the officer is here to begin his presentation, we'll carry on. I say reserved
Yeah,
matters, I meant
you did.
late
You meant
observations,
late
beg
observations,
pardon.
yeah.
I think the committee understand my gibberish better than I do sometimes.
Yeah. Right, members and member of the public, now, a bit depleted up there, but item 1 on page 5, and this is Helical Technology Limited, and Matthew Taylor is the officer who will present. We have no speakers on this one, so he'll present and then we'll debate and hopefully go for an early decision, whatever that might be.
Thank you, Chairman. So the application relates to the Helical Technology site at the eastern end of Dock Road in Lytham. So the site is edged red here on the location plan. You can see it includes, the red edge actually includes part of an existing flood bund and some open space to the eastern end of the site, but they aren't being developed. It's just within the red line. So the application is for the erection of a building for the assembly and testing of air source heat pumps, a use within Class B2, which is general industry, along with associated car parking and servicing. It's a part retrospective application. So the building is already in place here. This is the former Tangerine Holdings building, which has been rebranded. It's basically a veterinarian supplies business. There's 2 existing buildings that are used by Helical here. So this is a workshop building, and this is a building that has heavy machine presses within here. So these are referred to as buildings 1 and 2. This is the application building, which is effectively a larger version of these 2 buildings in the foreground. So this is referred to as building 3. The main Helical Technologies building here is to the south, so this is the building from the 1960s, the original building, and this is the Global Energy Systems offices and research and development buildings. So basically there's 2 existing businesses on the site that are linked. You've got Helical Technologies and you've got Global Energy Systems. So effectively the production arm of Global Energy Systems has been moved out of this building into this new building. The closest dwellings are here on Victory Boulevard, and then you've got apartments on Estuary View further away. So in terms of how the site's evolved over time, so before any of the dwellings existed, this is an image from 2005. So you can see there were a collection of buildings previously on this land. This is cleared, the next aerial image, in April 2015, so the site's been cleared, but the hard standing has remained. The first of the buildings was put up in 2017. So you can see building 1 is in place.
That was followed by the second building alongside it. So building 2 is in place in 2018. And then this is the current aerial image here where building 3 is in place. So there's been previous applications on this site, respectively for buildings 1 and 2. They were originally granted for storage. They were subsequently changed to general industry, and that created a lot of issues with noise within this building in particular because there's heavy machine presses, and noise mitigation was introduced as part of this application that was granted. Basically, these machine presses are within their own acoustic enclosures. So in terms of the way the site's designated, this is a public right-of-way that runs on the north side of Ligard Brook and then turns behind this area of woodland here. The whole of the site, the developable area of the site, is within an employment allocation in the local plan. So it's allocated for Class B industrial uses. I mentioned at the start that part of the red line is within this open space area, but none of that area is being lost or developed as part of the scheme. And this is also a biological heritage site. So this is the building. It's completed, it's in use. So the outstanding things that haven't been done is the resurfacing of this parking area and this servicing area in porous paving, and it's not been laid out formally. So you've got this servicing area here that intervenes between the application building and the lower level buildings 1 and 2. This is the access at the end of Dock Road. So you've got this separation between the industrial areas of Dock Road and then the residential areas further beyond. So this is the elevation that faces over the estuary to the east. And this is inside the building. So you've got these storage racks up at the side, a mezzanine here that has storage above it. And this is the area where they test the heat pump. So this is like a temperature controlled environment for testing. And then you've got these separate office blocks. And this is like a toilet block with another mezzanine with some welfare facilities above it. So effectively the components are taken off these racks and then they're assembled centrally within that floor space. So this is looking at the edge of the Helical Technologies site. So the edge of their site is approximately here. That's the former Tangerine Holdings, and this is an area of open space that intervenes between the car park and dwellings on Victory Boulevard. So this is looking back towards the building. You can see buildings 1 and 2 in the foreground, and then the taller building 3 in the background with this intervening planting. This is the view at the junction with Victory Boulevard. So that's the former Tangerine Holdings building. This is a site that has permission for other light industrial uses. And then you start to transition into residential properties looking back from Dock Road towards the new building. So you can see that whilst it is taller, it's quite a long distance views in terms of the transition where the street becomes more residential. These are views from the public right-of-way. So these are houses on Santa Cruz Avenue. Looking back towards the site, again, the foreground, smaller foreground buildings and then the taller background building. There's some self-seeded planting that's occupying the flood embankment that thins as you come up to the site. We did try and get some planting on this banking to screen that elevation from the public right-of-way, but the Environment Agency objected to that because they won't allow anything to happen within 8 metres of that flood bund, which basically took you up to the edge of the building, so there wasn't any opportunity for planting up that bund. So the use is exclusively for the assembly and testing of air source heat pumps. So components are delivered to the site and put together within the building. There's a narrow strip here that I mentioned that isn't being developed but is within the existing open space area, but that isn't prejudiced because there's nothing happening within there. Similarly, there's no loss of the biological heritage site. So the existing access, as I showed you, is here from Dock Road. You've got this turning area for service vehicles that's shared with these buildings. And then there's 29 car parking spaces and 3 cycle parking spaces that have been added at the request of the Highway Authority. So that area has got to be marked out and resurfaced. So all the development is within Employment Site ES2. In terms of the height of the building, so it's 10 metres to the eaves, 12.7 to the ridge. So that compares with 5 metres to the eaves and 7.6 metres to the ridge of the 2 foreground buildings. You can see the internal layout that I showed in the photograph with this mezzanine toilet block office, and then there's a separate partition for this storage area to the eastern part. So, as I mentioned previously, the main issues that we've had previously on the helical site are with noise. So this application is accompanied by a noise assessment. Opening hours are proposed between 7:30 and 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, 7:30 till 2 p.m. on Saturday. But the nature of the use is very different to what happens in this press shop. So when the components are delivered, they're put together with a series of light machinery and hand tools. This testing happens within that temperature controlled booth, if you like, to the northeast corner. So there aren't any especially noisy operations, unlike what was going on in this building. Now, the noise assessment has actually measured the noise. I mentioned that operations were previously transferred out of this building into this building. So the noise assessment measured the noise that was already occurring from those operations within that building and used that data as part of the noise assessment. And this is the measurement position. So effectively, the impact is the noise generated by this use on the closest receptor, and this area is representative of that, or it's the closest location you can get without standing in their garden. So these are the results of the noise assessment. Effectively, what this shows is the noise level that's generated. So that includes a distance attenuation. It's 146 metres to the closest dwelling. There's a penalty for the characteristic of the noise, its intermittency, and that gives you a rate, what's known as a rating level. And then the background noise is effectively the noise that's measured here from the existing noise environment. And the result of the assessment is that it doesn't generate any additional noise above and beyond the existing noise environment at the measurement location. And so the impact is a low one and isn't an adverse one. So, kind of just to sum up, the site's allocated for employment uses. The use that's proposed within B2 falls within one of the uses that's appropriate within the designation in the local plan. There's no loss of the open space areas to the east, and so the principle of development is acceptable. So the height of the building arises from that rack storage and the internal mezzanines, but it's seen amongst the collection of industrial units at the eastern end of Dock Road within the existing Helical Technologies yard. It isn't seen in the residential context. It's set significantly away from those dwellings, so it relates to its context and it relates to the allocation in the local plan in terms of its scale and materials. I mentioned that opportunities to introduce soft landscaping on that bank to the north of the building have been investigated, but that was discounted due to an objection from the Environment Agency because they require a clear access strip of 8 metres between the building and the top of the riverbank. The noise assessment demonstrates that there's no adverse effects on surrounding dwellings, the closest of which is 145 metres away. So in that context, and with the intervening development that exists between those dwellings and the application site, there's no adverse effects on neighbouring dwellings by reason of the building scale or its proximity to those properties. Similarly, there's no adverse effects on noise, and the daytime operating hours are to be controlled by condition. There's also a condition that limits the use of the building for the purpose that it's applied for, so that it can't be used for other general industrial purposes in the future without a separate application. There's no objection from the Highway Authority on access or capacity grounds, and the level of parking provision meets the standard in the SPD, again, there's a condition that requires that to be done within 6 months of the date of any permission. The site is adjacent to the Ribble Estuary, which is a site of special scientific interest and other designations. So there's a need for a habitat regulations assessment that was carried out by the applicant's ecologists and is to be adopted by the council as part of the decision. That indicates that any mitigation or any adverse impacts on the estuary can be mitigated through the preparation of a construction environment management plan, which will deal with the outstanding works required to construct the car park and the drainage apparatus that is to be installed within that. The only risk is potential pollution of the watercourse during the carrying out of those works, so the Kemp is there to deal with that particular issue. The site's in flood zones 2 and 3, but it's less vulnerable development in the flood risk classifications in the framework. And because the land is already allocated in the local plan, the sequential test is passed by virtue of being having gone through at the plan making stage. So the outstanding drainage works include porous paving, attenuation tanks and pipe work that are outfall to the Ligard Brook. There's a condition requiring that to be undertaken within 6 months, and that's reflected in the resolution. So there's 3 conditions that require implementation within that 6-month time limit relating to drainage and the hard-standing resurfacing works and the provision of the Kemp. So subject to those conditions, the application is recommended for approval.
Thank you, Matthew, for that comprehensive report. Councillor Settle.
Thank you, Chairman. It's an industrial building within a wider industrial site, nowhere near any existing houses, so I can't see a problem. I propose acceptance of it.
Do we have a seconder?
Pittman.
Pittman. Right, we've got Councillor Pittman, Councillor Second. Councillor Settle has proposed it, and so we've got. Does anybody? Yes. Did you want to ask them?
Why does it? I know you probably can't answer for people, but why do they keep doing this retrospective thing? Why don't they just apply for planning permission in the first place, get it sorted out? Why do they do that? What have they gained from? Because they're clearly using the building. They're clearly.
The first thing is it's legal. It's not illegal.
It just puts you back up a little bit
again
about it,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
yeah.
You know, it just puts you back up a little bit and think, well,
Yeah, I know
we have to do things properly,
there is
so
that,
should they?
yeah.
I've got no objection against it. I just don't like the way that people go about things.
I can't speak on behalf of the applicant in that respect, but it's disappointing because obviously the other buildings have come in retrospectively again, and it has created issues for us, and we have to go back and resolve those issues. But as Councillor Redcliffe said, it isn't illegal to construct a building and then apply retrospectively. I suppose the only benefit of that is that you can see what you're dealing with in that sense, and obviously in terms of noise as well, it's been capable of being measured because it's already there. So there is that side of it that helps to clarify matters, but yeah, why the applicant keeps pursuing that route, I don't know. Only they can answer that.
Just a very quick one, and that is that the new fee regulations require twice the fee to be submitted for retrospective applications as proposal to come. So that might put people off that in the future. There again, the application fee is probably a pittance compared to what these types of things cost. So, sorry.
No, you're okay. Okay, Councillor Settle has proposed. And
Councillor Evans would like to speak, I think.
Oh.
All I was going to add to it, Chair, was obviously what it does do when people put retrospective in is it negates us being able to actually put any conditionality onto the application whatsoever. And I don't suppose there's any leeway for saying if somebody's already gone for retrospective that we can put something in there that would say that we will be minded not to pass future applications on the same development, but presumably that's not legal.
Yeah, as Mr. Kersey said earlier, the character of an applicant, etc., is not a material planning consideration.
Exactly. You took the words out of my mouth, Councillor Evans. There we are. Let's go to the vote. And all those in favour, please indicate. And all those against? That was unanimous. Thank you.
committee through the late observations, but we don't need to.
Okay, so Mark is going to take you through the late obs to help you with that. There's the sun coming round now, isn't it? Put the air
For the
conditioning
second
on.
time.
Eh?
That must have been the moon, surely. Right then.
Members, okay, ready to go?
Less of the applications, and then there's one other item, I think, and then we're done. So yeah. So application 230864. It's item 6 on the agenda, page 165. So we get to the end of the agenda at long last. As I say, there is some late observations, but I will take, because they primarily relate to the recommendation, I will take you through those when we get to them at the end of this presentation. The application proposes quite a number of elements. There's new practice ground and practice tee for future championships. There's some ground clearance works and levelling of the site to provide sort of hard standings for future event infrastructure. Just to emphasise that this is just creating a level ground for the structure. So any stands and things like that will be subject to future, either there will be permitted development or future applications. This is about the ground on which they stand. They want to create this sort of truck compound area, which we'll come to in the presentation. Rerouting the whole of the 11th fairway, some reshaping and reprofiling engineering works on the 4th, 14th and 16th holes. There's more. Creating the platforms for the hospitality and catering, spectator facilities, so basically so the spectators can stand around the course and in the events of a championship type event. Works to provide access, parking, drop-off for deliveries, etc. This primarily during the construction period. And then various associated provisions relating to drainage, vegetation clearance, etc. So Royal Liv and St Anne's Golf Course, just to the north of the railway line. If you don't know where it is, you're probably in the wrong room. Just by the children, so I knew somebody would raise that, and I probably knew it was going to be you, Tim. Anyway, so that the red line on that plan shows the various areas of work that is proposed, and once again I shall go to the laser pointer as well, if I can see it. It's not letting me do the laser pointer for some reason. No. Anyway, can you see my? Yeah, you can. So the main area of work is this area in here, and as you can see, these are two biggish stands of trees. There's an existing materials compound where the groundsmen store a lot of material, dressing the greens, etc. In there, there's a building associated with the groundsmen here. This is the playing field of Liv St Anne's High School, which is soon to be an academy. The railway line running along here. The hospital, Clifton Hospital, in this location. The clubhouse is up at this end of the site. And if you take on the background, just to give you a bit clearer, those are the red lines that I was just showing you overlaid on that plan. There are also some access tracks that are proposed to access various parts of the site. So there's one along this northern part here, a couple of little bits in these areas here. So you can see the yellow lines, all the various sorts of access points, just to sort of basically to clarify the routes that vehicles take to get to the different parts of the course. And then this is the proposed fairway layout. So the general route is sort of out and back and around. So this practice area is this area shown here, and this is the rerouted 11th. And as you see, this starts to eat into this group of trees in this area here. Just a bit more detail of the practice area. So the tee off from here, this is the public right of way. So, and this would be a temporary grandstand. So playing in this direction. And basically the area that's previously been used for practice, which has been up in this area, I believe, is the professional men in particular are hitting the ball so far can't fit it in this area. And also there's an opportunity up here for this area to be used for hospitality type facilities in the event of a championship. So there's lots of plans with the application, contour plans showing all the detail of how each hole is altered. I wasn't proposing to go through those because that looks a bit like a Picasso from your distance, I'm sure. So whilst they are very important engineering drawings for the purpose of this presentation, I've tried to go to some other drawings. But like I say, you can see that there's quite a lot of detail in those drawings in terms of the issues. So key issues: ecology and the impact of the engineering operations, the manufacturer's truck compound, the loss of tree cover, and highways matters. So looking at ecology and engineering first. First of all, there is quite a detailed surveys that have been carried out. There's a baseline habitat survey, that's the extracts from that, all carried out by very well qualified ecologists, and also the pre-application stage work with our ecology advisor and Natural England in terms of establishing what studies needed to be done to assess the impact of these works. Like I said, there's quite a bit of work. So this drawing on the left shows the topsoil spread. So these areas are outlined in blue. This is where the topsoil is, and this is where the earth is moved from. So again, these are the areas, and show how this area to the top end of the site, some relatively minor areas. But as you go down to the bottom end of the site, much more again, this area here is the practice area. That means that this fairway has to be pushed across to allow that to get past, which eats into these trees, which as part of the works would all go. So this area of trees are the ones that are referred to in the report as being lost. So in terms of the assessment here, we've used our own ecology advisors, Greater Manchester Ecology Unit and Natural England, and they're satisfied with the proposals. The main issue here is that the habitat created, whilst there's a lot of woodland lost, the dune and heath habitat that is created by this development is actually what's called a higher order. It's basically it's rarer. There's lots of woodland. There's not so much dune and heath across the country. So it is actually considered more valuable. So whilst we are losing trees, from an ecology point of view, it's basically the assessment is that the sand and dune heath habitat that comes back in to replace it is actually sort of more valuable and is of benefit to rarer species, both flora and fauna. So there is the loss of the tree cover, as we say, and there is some replacement planting proposed. That is now around the edge of the course, as the late observations addresses. It is not going to cover or replace on a like-for-like basis that amount of tree cover that is lost on a sort of quantitative basis. So that is part of the assessment that has had to be made on these applications. There are a series of conditions to secure that mitigation works and the implementation of them to the detailed methodology. Looking at the manufacturer's truck compound and broadcast area, this is probably one of the areas that most of the comments came from residents on. So again, just to orientate ourselves, this is a playing field for the high school, the buildings of which are in here. This is Central Drive coming through here, and there's houses on either side. These ones back on to the course, these ones sort of front on across Central Drive. So the application, this is the practice area that we're talking about. The practice area next to it is this manufacturer's truck compound, and that area is intrinsically linked to the practice area. It's where the clubs are sort of tuned for the professionals. So this area needs to be close to the practice area, and then you got this area here, which is the TV broadcasting area. So that one of those tracks runs along here, and then there's an area of tree planting to act as a buffer between the houses and this area. One of the main concerns that was expressed by the residents here was that if that area is just going to be hard surfaced, it's just going to be used for any type of use, be used by the maintenance maintenance crew, parking of equipment, etc. These photographs show that the area is actually temporary surface with these sort of steel matting. So it's only surface when it's required. This is a type of vehicles that you've got on there, sort of part of that sort of golf sort of caravan that follows the golf tour around. Inside that, this is why it needs to be close to that. This, you know, where the professionals have the clubs fitted and tampered with, tinkered with, should I say, not tampered with. That doesn't sound right, does it? Tinkered with. I mean, I've never owned a set of golf bats in my life, so I wouldn't know what this meant, but that's that. And in terms of the that band of planting, as you can see, it varies at its widest, it's 12 metres. It does taper off, but where it is tapering off, there's the actual compound areas down to this end. So it's more onto those areas, more open areas, etc. Obviously, bearing in mind that probably these areas will be used relatively infrequently in terms of the number of championships that might use those areas, the relative disturbance to residents will be relatively low. So it's temporary use, as I say. It's not going to be hard surface. Outside those areas are being used, it will be laid back to grass. This is the practice zone and the truck area, both, and then the buffer planting is there. Lots of tree cover. So these photographs show the main stands. So this central one and this one here, close to residents. That existing compound area is not needed in the long term. In terms of the trees, this is some photographs I tried to show the trees that are on the site. They do vary in size. There are areas of trees to the western part of the course which would be retained, but these ones really have the value in the mass of the trees as opposed to any individual specimen trees within those groups. This is the central one down the group down the middle of the two in and the out and return parts of the course. That should have been deleted, apologies. So just looking back, go back in time, the 1940s. This wasn't supplied by the Luftwaffe as it was once suggested, but as you can see here, this zoomed in area of this area where the trees are, these area against Central Drive here, very little in the way of trees. There's a little group in this area here and this central area there. So the course historically was very open. It's a links course. Links courses are generally open. They're open sand dunes, etc. You go on to the 60s, and you can see that this is starting to become slightly more, not so much in the middle, but on this edge, trees are starting to creep into those areas. So the assessment of this tree loss, like I say, there is some tree planting now proposed on site. It won't replace it on a like-for-like basis, but there is some mitigation in there. The main ecological benefit is the creation of this sensitive habitat that there is there and its preservation in the future. And then you've got the economic benefits of potentially bringing the open to the borough. You know, studies that have been demonstrating that these types of events bring in something like £110 million to the local economy. And that's work that was done, for example, on the back of each Open, there's a study done. So when the Open was last with us in 2012, you know, there's quite a lot of economic benefit that was demonstrated from that. And it's not just when the event is taking place, of course. This is sort of the thing, like, you know, if you were a footballer, you would be, you know, playing golf here apparently is the same as sort of playing football at Wembley. You get the chance to do that. So it maintains the status of the course. It's not just about the couple of weeks or the long weekend while the Open's here and a few weeks for the qualifying. It's a longer term issue. It's the status of the course, which then attracts other people. So when you've got Samuel L. Jackson staying at the Grand because he's come to play golf at Royal Lytham, that's the type of status that it brings. Highways. The main issue here is that there's a lot of material to be brought in as part of this work, and obviously some of the roads around there are relatively narrow and residential. The Highway Authority have particularly mentioned Beauclerk Road and Lindsay Avenue in their correspondence, and they were sort of saying about things like the trees. So there is a requirement for a condition to actually look at how changes to those areas to manage HGVs passing temporarily during the construction period will be addressed. That's addressed by one of the conditions. So, as I say, there's a considerable amount of material to be brought in. There's no getting away from that. There's between, depending on how big your lorry is, it's between 1,700 and odd. If it's a big lorry, 3,500. If it's lots of smaller, I imagine it'll be a mix. But it's spread over, so the estimated 5-month period, that's probably 3 to 6 movements per hour. But as we say, the Highway Authority consider that that is acceptable and raise no objections subject to those conditions. Just final other matters, the public right of way is the purple line across the site there. You see the red line, it doesn't actually really incur. That's what I'm looking for. There's no incursion on that line. That's what I'm trying to say. It will be retained. If there's any requirement to divert that temporarily, then that would obviously be subject to separate legislation. But the line of that is maintained. Things like the practice tee is playing away from that, so it's not as though balls are going towards that any more or less than during, I suppose, a normal day. And then finally, the late observation sets out a number of changes to the conditions. First of all, the tree planting was originally shown as being around the boundary of the playing fields for the school. That's not going to occur anymore. It will be provided around the boundary of the site. There will be a requirement to produce an additional tree planting scheme, and that's secured by the additional condition 18, I think it ended up being, which is on the late at the end. Sorry, 19 on the end of the late observation sheet. So that's a new condition. The other thing is, in terms of all this material being brought in, whilst there are a number of additional pieces of work that need to be done before the works can start on the course itself, the course are keen to start bringing in material while it's relatively dry, that was said. I suppose but anyway, it will help if material is brought through in this summer period early on. It will make it easier to handle. It will have the material on there to help to spread the impact on the roads, and therefore, if that can be brought in sooner rather than having to wait for these conditions to be fully discharged, that would aid the development and would lessen the impact on the local residents. So the conditions that were originally set out on the agenda paper have been amended. On the late observation sheet, if we go to page 17, condition 4, that's to do with the construction environment management plan. So what I've added to each of these conditions is, with the exception of the importation of materials and the storage in this area on this plan, no other works are carried out until these conditions are addressed. So condition 4 is the construction environment management plan. You will see that there's a bit, part H of that is crossed out. So anything that's underlined is new, anything crossed out is removed. So H has come out of that. That's because that has been added to condition 5. So the only bit on condition 5 that's added in is P, which just is moves the H to there. So what that means is that the scheme of signage that keeps people out of the sensitive areas has to be done first, but the other bits can follow on. We then move to condition 8, that's the habitat and landscape management plan. That's again primarily work relating to the physical works to the course. So again, that same text, exactly the same text, because I cut and pasted it, will be applied to the beginning of that. And then condition 9, again, that has got similar text. It's not quite the same, well, it is the same text, but it's not quite in the same place, but that does the same thing. So what that does is it allows the golf course the ability to bring that material in, store it on this site, part of the site, pending other studies being completed and signed off. What that will then do is, let's say, there's a part of that additional condition 5, amendment to condition 5, will mean that the signage up and fencing up to stop the vehicles going into the sensitive areas. So, there's no impact on the public right of way. The temporary storage use is an area that's already used for storage of materials, etc. And then there are a series of conditions required by the statutory constantees. Those relate to highways, to railway, to ecology, and to general issues to control the form of development. In conclusion, there's considerable economic benefit. It's in line with the objectives of the plan. There is loss of tree canopy, that is unfortunate, but it does create and support rare habitat, returns the open dune character of the links course. The impact of the broadcast area and the truck compound are limited and mitigated, and there's no highways objection. So the revised recommendations set out in the late observations is that tree planting is now proposed on site. That makes things slightly procedurally easier for us because we can deal with that through that additional condition rather than a 106. So a decision can be made today. The revised conditions allow the import and the storage of that material, as I've gone through in detail. And there's, like I said, there's the additional tree planting condition. Just as a final thing to leave up while we have the discussion, that's a bigger image of the course layout as it will appear, which I just thought, just as a bigger image, it might help while we have any discussion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Does help, particularly at 4:15 in the afternoon. Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Chair. Last time for me today. Obviously, there's no guarantee that the Open will follow this, but without these kind of works, it's pretty certain that they won't come back. So we have to bear that in mind. I think the properties that are the most affected, links courses are windy. The whole idea of it is wind, and removing those trees right in front of those properties is going to mean the wind's going to whip straight across and in those properties. So they are losing that green vista, and they're going to be replaced with a flat area, which at times is going to be full of lorries. So they have got a detrimental impact on those properties.
But just to add a point, they have decided to live opposite an active,
very true,
very high-profile golf course.
And they can also rent their house out during the Open, so they've got the option to do that. I appreciate that, but they are affected. It's not a win-win for everybody. One of the areas, obviously, the school does rent its fields out at car parking times, and the potential is there during the summer for potentially works access to utilise that space on there, which might help with some of the lorries and things that are going in and out of the site. I take Mark's point, but my main issue is going to be with tree planting. Could we be a little bit more ambitious and ask for more, in good faith from Roller themselves to actually produce more trees or fund for more trees to be planted across the Fylde. So rather than just like for like on the course, I take your point that 106 would slow the job down, but it would be worth asking whether or not they would consider, with this application being passed, that they could actually invest some money in tree planting in the local borough. They're the only observations I've got.
You're talking literally about off-site planting, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm saying in a good faith to put some kind of fund in place to support tree planting in the Fylde borough.
Would it be possible to?
I think, Chairman, if we're going to
if
we're going to determine the application today, then obviously that would normally only be secured legally through a legal agreement, a Section 106 agreement, and obviously, but what I would propose is that we can have a discussion with the applicants about how they work with the local area in terms of that. So it wouldn't be a requirement, but it would be as you say, in good faith type of arrangement.
I think you've already pointed out that the habitat is an improvement, but from a local people's point of view, and also from what we're proposing to do in the centre of Lytham of take trees out, that it's just going to be another hit at the council, or you're allowing us to chop trees down left, right and centre to aid one particular commercial business, no matter the size of that business. Very good. I like it.
Councillor Nixon.
Thank you. I do personally believe that this golf course needs to be renovated. As a child growing up in Thornton, you heard of Royal Lytham Golf Course, and it was like the bee's knees of golf courses in the area. It's seriously dilapidated in respect of the Open being held there, because it's not there anymore, and they must have had reasons to move away from it, which to bring it back, they've got to update this course, and golf courses are a moving thing. They're always updating various things. Recently visited Chorley Golf Course, and I assume at some point it will have had a lot of trees on it. You can see that they've had renovation works done and they've got lots and lots of bird nesting boxes all in the trees that are on the periphery of the golf course, and they're used. They're very, very well used, with some spectacular birds that we saw there just on our walk round it. So I've noticed in the report that it's mentioned about bird boxes, which is the more within, the realms of a bird watcher's, how many they are supposed to be in a given area. As many as they can get into there would be, I'd appreciate that, because it's birds that use the trees. The sand and all the other bits and pieces that go on the course, on the links course itself, if that's making better environment for that type of habitat for whatever creatures use that habitat. I'm not quite sure that it equates to masses of them, because how do they live when there's people stomping about a golf course all over the place? How do they live there? But I'm minded to support this with the loss of the trees, which I do admit is unfortunate. Yes, I would actually like to do that.
Okay, I think Tim Armit's hand went up there faster than anybody else. Proposer and seconder. The other final point that I just want to make about somewhere like this golf course, because I used to be head of the primary school that was just the other side of the golf course. In fact, it appeared on one of your slides there. In fact, go from there. See that open space? That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. So I spent 22 years there. But actually, in terms of the residents, and okay, yes, they will miss those trees. But the whole point about places like Arundel Road and living around that golf course, they've got a really attractive area that's opposite their house that probably is significantly not going to change an awful lot apart from these changes. They've got open space that anywhere else they'd be building on. So, and here we've got security for the future. They've got a world-class event that comes back, and I'm sure it will come back as a result of this. And a very attractive natural habitat as well. So you've got wildlife in there. You've got species of flowers and plants and trees and bushes and things and you've got that dune habitat, which you don't find, as Mark said, many places in the country. So a real positive living in that area. So residentially, they get the benefit of that course being there every day of their life. So this is a small price to pay, I think.
May I come in briefly?
Sorry,
you can, and then I'll go.
Can I just respond? Just a couple of thanks to made. The other thing, there's this tree planting belt that's going back in there to help. So that's the area where some of these residents have said the lack of a tree shelter belt. So there will be some trees. It'll take some time to become established, and it won't be anything like that. But there is at least some mitigation there, and the one of the requirements in one of the conditions is bird and bat boxes as part of the ecology diversity plans. So that is covered about putting bird and bat boxes up around the course. Sorry, Chairman.
Right, Councillor Armitt, did you want to? I saw your name against the seconder, so I'm.
No. Just hoping it's a free drop from a bird box. It's a great thing. I mean, I've been to the last 3 opens we've had here for all 4 days. It's fantastic when it's here. It's great fun, and I don't think anybody's going to object to anything on this. The problem we've got, of course, is it's a very short course, and that put them off coming here because it's a tiny little short hole course. Americans didn't like it. And then, of course, we brought Southport and we brought Hoylake back in, so we had 2 more in the northwest, so it's not going to come back into the northwest because they've got enough up here. With these, we need these improvements for sure. it'll probably still be 10 to 15 years before it comes back to us here. I would say 10 at least before it comes back. I'm very, very happy to support this. The one thing I would ask for discussion again, Mark, on the, I mean, when you walk around it, it is ugly trees. They're not beautiful trees. They're scrubland trees. So it's not a huge loss of beauty. But the trees, the big loss of trees where the hard standing is going to go near the school, which is the temporary hard standing for the trucks. So it's only needed for the event. They're given at least 3 to 4 years notice of the event coming. They don't need to come down until they're given the notice. Because if it's 15 years before it comes, we take the trees down now, they'll have regrown in 15 years. So agree to it and agree they can do it. And as soon as they're given notice, they can do it. But they don't need to take those trees down until that 4-year period.
Yeah, actually, they also hold a lot of the other competitions like amateurs and fields. There's quite a few that do the round, so they probably do.
But they're small.
They still have. They're getting bigger.
So, Chairman, very quickly, I think that is an issue that's been is a balance between getting the new planting in and giving that time to develop and mature before. So you can get the planting done early, so clear it, plant new stuff. It will start to mature for when the course is needed for the championships. So it's something that we've had thoughts about. You sort of say, yeah, don't do that until later. But the general, what we've come up with is it's better to get that stuff established now, so it's got some level of establishment before a championship.
Right, Vice Chair, last word.
Thank you. Yeah, I think Councillor Parrington touched on it. It isn't just the open. There are other tournaments. Yes, they are much smaller than that, but they all assist in raising the profile of this course and this area within the game. They have a knock-on the other courses we have on this coast. It can only be a good thing to bring more in. And the final thought on it, we talk about tree preservation. We've seen in the report, and I think it's a very valid point, not just for this application, but generally, trees are not the only measure of the ecology. It says that the dune habitat is a higher level habitat than trees. So I think it's something we all need to be aware of going forward. And as a council and as councillors, that we may be losing trees. Yes, that's never a good thing. But if we're improving the habitat generally, then trees are not the only measure of that. So let's please not focus on that to the detriment of other things.
Okay, thank you for that. Proposer, Councillor Nixon, seconder, Councillor Ahmed. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That's unanimous. I won't even ask a redundant question. So there we are. All in favour, unanimous. Good. Thank you. One more item, and then we'll let you go. Page 205, objection to tree preservation orders. I think we can very briefly wrap this one up, can't we?
Version of TPO 24 0001. It's at Silver Birches, a property on Isley Road, Lytham St Anne's. So Isley Road is just off Regent Avenue. Regent Avenue is the road that goes between Blackpool Road and the cemetery. When you look at it on an aerial photograph, it's part of the leafy Lytham St Anne's, I should say, because I don't think technically it's in Lytham, is it? But anyway. But you've got this is Cypress Point at the top. This is the cemetery. This is the golf course. The order that we've placed on the trees is two groups. Group 1 towards the rear of the site, Group 2 towards the front of the site. So the trees that are in it are set out in the order. I won't run through those in any detail, but you can see G1's got more trees, G2 less so. When you are walking around, G2 with those trees indicated there towards the back. So you've got that development plot in front of us there, overgrown. And then you've got a residential property that we had an application in also to redevelop, and so the trees along the frontage there. Now that application proposed like an in and out arrangement, which would have lost all those trees. As you can see to the left hand of that photograph, as you're looking down the road, it is a very sort of sylvan character to that area. So just in terms of aerial photographs, you can see when the trees are in leaf, there's quite a big, quite an area, and they're quite significant trees. So they were under threat from development. We assessed them as having amenity value. They were worthy of a tree preservation order. We did serve one. We got objections to that. We've varied the order to take account of some unhealthy and diseased trees and taken those out. But the representations that we have here are the ones to the original order. We've basically taken a safety first attitude here because there's not been a representation to this second order. But just to make sure we can't be accused of having done this to negate the first objection, we're bringing it to members for consideration. Basically, the representations are set out in full in the appendix, but I'm summarised on page 201 and 202 of the report. But very quickly, they say it's a barrier to development, the trees are diseased and unhealthy, it's not worthy of a TPO, they close the properties, and replacement landscaping can address that. In response to that, your officers say they won't prevent the development of the site, they'll just mean that it has to be developed in a certain way. The tree's not actually diseased. It does have a leaf mining larva, but otherwise it is healthy. And in the summer, it has in particular, this is the horse chestnut, has a very healthy character canopy. The unhealthy tree was omitted from this revised order. There's a reference to a Lelandii. That is not in the order, never has been. Some minor deadwood in the other trees that can be dealt with by decent, thorough and through good husbandry. And obviously it's better to retain mature trees and plant new ones. And they do provide that amenity value. So in conclusion, we say that they do provide important amenity value, and we ask members to confirm the order without modification. As we saw from the earlier application at Mill Farm, that doesn't necessarily mean to say that all the trees will be there forever and a day. It means that they can be taken out under controlled circumstances. So if there's a benefit that's seen, then we can consider that. It stops a landowner just taking them out for their own whim.
Just for my knowledge, and for newer people, and when
it's surprising how many trees are cut down by accident. Yes. So well, I think it's already been referred to earlier. In fact, it's a Griffith site next year, £20,000. Yeah. Yes. In fact, there was a prosecution up at Ellswick not so long ago where we prosecuted, and we didn't quite get the full award, but we got a decent award, and we did publicise that as a deterrent to others. Ultimately, if you've got a really major area of trees, it can result in imprisonment. In terms of that, there are some sites, and you can also end up with things like Proceeds of Crime Act and things like that. If you create a big space for a nice big development, it might have been criminal in many ways, but that probably wasn't one of them.
Could I, on your behalf, register formally our approval that we confirm this? We don't need to vote, so we can just Pardon? Exactly. Okay. All right. Thank you. Could I thank the officers first of all? They've been with us on and off. I know we've had different officers here for their support all day. And can I thank you as members for seeing it through right to the end? Because if I'd have bet that we'd have had everybody still here at the end at 4:30, at 9:30 this morning, I think I would have been crazy betting on that.
Can I just apologise for the length of the agenda as well? Obviously, these things are a bit like buses. You try to get them to committees. We've had committees that have been cancelled, but they all come level. As we've seen from the people who've attended, they are all very keen to get their application. So when you say we've got too much on, they'll have to wait till next time, they're howls of opposition. So thank you for your time and patience.
I can't wait to see some of you at 6:30 for internal scrutiny.